Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I really should put some music on at some point. Yeah, you know what? Starting a few seconds early. That's fine. It's fine. So, yeah, might as well start a little early for a change. Anyway, hello, 'tis me. I was hoping to get a chance to get through Mirage and Visions last week because, as you may have noticed from the title, depending on where you see this, I kind of have been referring to, I should say, Visions as Mirage Part 2. And part of that comes from the fact that Mirage was originally designed as one huge set. It's, it wasn't, if your typical set back then, your smaller set is like this, and your larger set like this, and Mirage was designed like this. And Wizards takes a look and goes, that's way too many cards. So they cut it in twain. And you end up as a result with two sets. And I just realized, where did I put my... Never mind. Want to make sure my phone is not going to disturb me right now. There we go. But they decided, rather than making it into, one giant, potentially 500 card or 600 card or however big it was going to be. No, we're gonna split it into two sets. And so Mirage, which we did last week, was the first set, and this is the second set, which is why, if you take a look at the two of them, there's so much overlap in how they feel. Compare that to Weatherlight, which will be next week, which is going to have a completely different feel to it. So it's not completely unfair, it's not completely unreasonable to say this is Mirage Part 2. And because it kind of is. Let's be honest, it kind of is, because it was, it was designed, whoops. Sorry. I ordered food and the website started being funny. And for reference, we'll pop that in. 1, 2, 3. God, I love having a keyboard that's got macro buttons on it. Anyway, so depending on the kind of deck that you're looking at, again, this is looking at ancient cards that people might have an interest in, that a lot of people, even people that have been playing a very long time like myself, completely forgot even existed. So let's start off with a white card, shall we? And for those of you not really familiar with how Scryfall works, hi, welcome to Scryfall. Also, this is April 1st. This is, April Fool's Day. A lot of companies like to do weird stuff, and Scryfall is you know, Scryfall is not immune to, you know, doing shenanigans. But, you know, when you're trying to do actual search, it will let you do actual search. And so, what am I looking at? So, first things first, this. F for format. Format, hopefully by now you know what a format is, or at least you know what formats you're interested in, and so you can ignore all the other stuff. And I have, because I think it was, and I might be misremembering here, but the most recent unset, which I want to say was Unstable. No, Infinity, I think it was. Had attractions and stickers, and some of which were legal for competitive play. Not a thing I want to deal with. So, F:(T1. T1, also known as, you know, the short form for type 1, i.e. the initial name that we ever heard for what we now call vintage. There's really two specific ones that you will see for something like that. T1, type 1, vintage, i.e. really far back in the day, 30 years ago, it was just called playing Magic. And everything was legal. Or eventually we got type 2, what we now call a standard, i.e. the last few sets, and that's it. So you will commonly see standard, well, I shouldn't say commonly, you will occasionally, especially amongst people that have been playing a very long time, you'll occasionally see it being referred to as type 2 or vintage as type 1. In fact, the vintage community often, not always, but a lot of people, especially well-known players in the vintage community, will still refer to it as type 1 instead of vintage. It's like EDH and Commander are the same thing. This bit here, ID. ID refers to color identity. ID as an identity. I believe CI also works as a short form. So if I'm saying ID equals W, that means stuff that has a color identity of exactly white. In other words, this is a white card. If it's ID :W, so like this, then it's anything that you can play in a mono white, you know, in a deck where you have a mono white general. So if you have one of the various if you have one of the various Avacins, or, you know, I want to say Elspeth. No. Damn it. I can see her. Elish Norn. There we go. As your general, or whatever. ID :W will look at what cards can I play in that color. But I'm doing ID equals. C =W is probably redundant here, but C is color. You can have cards, so I can probably remove that and just go ID. No, I can't. And the reason why is ID equal W. I took programming years ago. It's not uncommon for somebody involved in programming to actually say equal instead of equals. It's a thing that happens. If you're dealing with people that are involved in programming or, you know, are used to it or whatever, you'll see it. Anyway, so ID equal W means it has a white color identity, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a white card. I have a small stack of cards here. Let's see if I can find something quickly. I promise nothing, but I'll try. Oh, okay. Okay, so I don't quickly see anything that's got a white color identity. However, I do see something that's got a red color identity. Let's see how well this shows up. This is a land. Lands by default, unless an effect says makes them otherwise, don't have a color. But this has a red color identity because it's got a red activation cost. This is Arena of Glory, if you can't see it too well, because it taps for red, and you know it has one ability that says tap for red and another ability that says red, tap, exert it, do a thing. So those would be cards those are the most common cards that you'll see that have a red, in this case, or for what we're looking at, a white color identity that aren't actually white. Charcoal Diamond, similarly, has got a black color identity because it's a colorless artifact that taps for black mana. So this is why I have ID equal W. I want something that's got a white color identity. And C equal W. And ID equal W, I did that because if there's, for example, a card in the set that is a white card but has a blue activation cost, well, now that falls under a multicolored color identity, in this case a white-blue card. You need to have a white-blue general. I will be handling those later. But since there's 24 cards per color, let's go through about 12. It's probably fine. Warrior's Honor. Creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn for 3 mana. Now that doesn't sound great, but I will point out the creatures do not have to be attacking creatures, which is a thing to keep in mind. You know, it is... Oh yeah, this is the other thing. I also ordered food. I'm waiting for food to show up. The creatures don't have to be attacking, so therefore you can use it to save your creatures from, you know, if somebody casts Storm's Wrath, for example. I believe that's right. Yeah, Storm's Wrath. 4 damage to each creature and each planeswalker for 4 mana, which is pretty good. Let's be honest, that is actually pretty good. Warrior's Honor can save your entire party. a lot of cards that will want to pump your team will do so if they're attacking creatures, or if they are white creatures, or this or that or whatever. Now, I have a list of, that is a common card. I have a list that's my mono white commons deck that's based around having a bunch of creatures come into play per card. This suite of cards makes 2 creatures at a time. These guys make 3 at a time. These guys are here for pumping. Realistically, creatures you control, 3 mana. I will point out this is an instant. So let's compare instants that I have here. White creatures, I'm not necessarily playing mono white if I'm running Warrior's Honor. This one costs an extra mana, but it's got an alternate cost, so this is a reasonable option. Sanctified in Charge is 2 extra mana, but it's +2/+1. So out of the stuff that I see here, I only see 2 that, these are like my first my first options. Then there's Charge, and it's simply just called Charge. Creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn for a single white mana. If you're only looking at pumping by +1/+1, you should be looking at a card like Charge first. So what if we do this? What do we got for options? Sort by mana value. Charge first. Break of Day. Untap all creatures. This will only affect specific creatures. Dauntless Unity would be good. Family Reunion, it gives you an additional option. Basically one for offense, 1 for defense. Glorious Charge. Catcher's Name is going to give everything that you've got at least +1/+1 for 2 mana, and any zombies you have will get an additional power boost. So that's worth a consideration. Pride of Conquerors. If you have Ascend, which hopefully you do by then, that's, +2/+2 for 2 mana. Like, you have lots of options. So, I don't think Warrior's Honor, even as an instant, is going to be the sort of thing that you're going to be likely to play. Even if only having a single white in its mana cost is worth it. How on earth? I sorted you by mana value, did I not? Yeah, there we are. Okay. I think you have better options than Warrior's Honor. If you are, however, similarly restricting yourself to just commons, like what I did, maybe it's a thing to consider. But I would be looking over our other options. Again, if you're just looking at +1/+1, Charge should be on your list first. I'm running the cards I do because a lot of them give +2 power, or have an alternate cost, or give counters. Or in the case of Charismatic Vanguard and Steadfast Unicorn, it's an activate ability that you can do more than once. So, that was weird. Restart. Huh. My browser just went, and nope. But why? Nope. Zalfrin Crusader. 3 mana for a 2/2 with flanking, which in and of itself is not bad. That can redirect damage. 2 mana, the next point of damage would be dealt to this creature this turn is dealt to any target instead. Damage that would be dealt to it can be shunted elsewhere. And it says any target. Hilariously, that also means you can redirect it to battles. Cards that have an effect like this, if you are playing with battles or you're worried about planeswalkers or anything of that nature, yeah, keep your eyes open. Oh shoot, hold on a sec here. I will be right back. Here we are. Hope you can hear me now. Heck. Alright, that should be good now. Okay. Sorry, I started my stream on time, but I was a little late ordering food relative to my stream. And yeah, I asked them to message me when they got here. And so I just came downstairs from grabbing my food that I ordered, which you probably saw me come in with. Yeah. Which one? I will not do that one. Because they keep coming out with new ones. I saw something about that, but I haven't actually looked at it yet. Question is this one actually going to be? Yeah, my question is this going to be an actual legitimate one, or is this a... No, this might actually be an actual secret lair, because, you know, April 1st, this could be a... I think this might actually be legit, though. Shipped April 3rd. Huh. Okay. Let's take a look at this page because I can see stuff easier. Saw in Half, I am not surprised. Got a reprint there. Deadly Relic. Okay, yep. Deadpool trading card. Unsurprisingly, they simply called it Deadpool trading card. Mutant, mercenary, hero. Yeah, I can see those. Wait, what? Deadpool trading card is weird. It's like, is it Xancha I'm thinking of? That comes into play under like someone else's control, and you can... What is it? Anyone can like pay 2 mana to draw a card and make the person that controls it lose 2 life or something like that. Is it Xancha? Yeah. Xantcha. This thing. Enters under someone else's control. Attacks each combat fable, can't attack its owners or planeswalkers. Pay 3. Xancha's controller loses 2 life and you draw a card. And your player may activate this ability. I had somebody play this against me, and I just turned around and went, oh, I mean, it's Commander. I'll pay 3 to draw an extra card. Sure, I'm going to take 2 for it. I think I drew like an extra 5 or 6 cards that game, which is huge. Sure, I lost 10 or 12 life, but I have a 5/5 that didn't cost me anything, and I drew like 5 extra cards. So that kind of feels, yeah. It's definitely an interesting card. Deadly Rollick, yeah. Saw in Half, yeah, they just make sense. Vandal Blast. Look at me, I'm Chandra Nalar! Of course, setting the mana cost area on fire as well. You might be wondering why I've killed the Marvel Universe yet again, but the real question is, how am I breathing on the moon? Yeah. I mean, it might be worth... I might look into it. Yeah, it certainly looks interesting. I might actually consider trying to pin a copy down. 40... 50... So probably be about 6... Oh, gods. And then I'm going to get hit with frickin' whatchamacallit tariffs. Because Trump is a problem. I'll be nice and I'll put it that way. 40, 50, so normally it'd be about 58 once you do the exchange rate, then tax. So 65. Actually, it'd probably end up being about $80 all in. That's not completely unreasonable for a secret lair, actually. I'll probably pop by one of my... I'm lucky that I live somewhere where the downtown of where I live is probably about 20 minutes away by foot. There are 4 LGSs within a 10-minute diameter by foot. Like, the 2 furthest ones are maybe 10 minutes apart walking. So I can probably turn around, go to one of them and say, hey, by the way, can you pick this up for me? Because I personally, and again, this is a me thing, I personally do not like the idea of buying stuff online. The idea of it is one thing, but I don't like putting my personal financial information out there. And if my side, for whatever, is not exactly secure, people can still get my information. So, that's my concern. I don't trust the security. I trust the security at the bank's end. I don't trust the security at my end. Kind of like, trying to use Signal to to talk about you know, military engagements or whatever. Anyway. But yeah, Zolfran Crusader. Anything that can redirect damage anywhere you want is great. Resistance Fighter. I probably wouldn't bother with Resistance Fighter in general. Just simply because, well, no, actually, that's not true. There are times when you want to prevent all combat damage. And then there's times when you're more likely to want to prevent specific combat damage. It's like it's a bit like comparing Swords of Plowshares versus Wrath of God. Do I want to wipe the entire board, or do I want to get rid of one card? This is like the combat damage prevention of the same idea. I would not be adverse to playing a couple of copies of a Resistance Fighter-like effect, because sometimes you're like, you know what? I don't care about any of the rest of this, but I'm saying no to that. Knight of Valor basically gives extra flanking, which is hilarious. If my model weight commons deck hadn't been built on the built off the concept that I did, I would definitely be playing this and that. If I'm building a knight deck, humans probably have other things I want to play instead, but if I'm building knights, yeah, I should be looking at this. Flanking, I think, is an underrated, underappreciated mechanic. And I think more people gotta give it a spin. Jamuran Lion. There's a lot of cards when you start looking at ancient sets where you go, that looks wrong. Because modern sensibilities say, this idea belongs in this color. Jamuran Lion, target creature can't block this turn. We assume these days is a red ability. This is a white card that has it. A good counter example is something like that. Oh. Would be this guy. Onslaught. Whenever you cast a creature spell, tap target creature. This is a red card. This, to me, feels like it belongs on a white card. Possibly blue, but probably more likely white. So if you're in the mood for building a deck, I mean, first of all, it's a cat. It's a 3/1 for 3, which is I wouldn't say it's on curve by default nowadays, but I wouldn't call it exactly out of place. Again, a 3-3, or a 3-1 rather, averages out to a 2-2. Imagine this is a 2-2 with that ability. For 3 mana, that's not really unreasonable. I think if you're playing a cat deck, if I'm building a cat deck, I am this is in my list of cards. When I say I'm considering it, I don't mean I'll take a glance, oh that's cute, and move on. I'm like, huh. I'm going to make a note of that somewhere. But you're more in line. Definitely a card worth consideration. Hope Charm. Anytime you see a charm. Hope Charm, Vision Charm, Croesus's Charm, Demir Charm, whatever. As a general rule of thumb, it's going to have 3 options. And a fixed cost. And you choose one of them. And any one ability looks meh. But they're all going to be useful at different points. If I see Hope Charm, gaining first strike until end of turn, that can be useful on offense or on defense. I myself am probably more likely to play that defensively, but not necessarily. Gaining 2 life. Gaining 2 life looks meh until you start thinking about, I'm playing an Abzan life deck. In fact, one of the decks I'm slowly working on. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, Abzan Life. I have a stack of cards set aside that I have them because they are considerations for the deck. A sudden, hey, by the way, I'm going to gain 2 life, triggers all your Johnny Pridemate variants. That extra 2 life suddenly gives you an extra 2 mana worth, essentially, towards Bolas's Citadel. You don't play the gain 2 life to gain 2 life. You play the gain 2 life because that helps you do other things. Hell, that's an extra 3 life, at least, towards Aetherflux Reservoir. And then destroy target aura. Back around this era, and MTG Goldfish, Saffron Olive, Seth, recently did a video. I think it got posted yesterday. About old cards that don't work anymore. Or don't work the way you expect them to work, or however you want to put it. Some of the cards are a lot of the cards used to be really, really powerful, and then the rules changed. And one of the things that came up, I believe it was called Serene Heart, which came out around this point. And And during Mirage and Visions era, you had local enchantments and you had global enchantments. Well, what's the difference? All they did was they took the enchantment type and they categorized it into two types. You know, and they split it into two categories: local and global. A local enchantment enchanted something. So whatever the enchantment affected only affected that thing, at least in theory. So, you know, your fire breathings, your weak stone subjugations, your colossifications, anything that enchanted a thing was a local enchantment. Then you had global enchantments, which were your Smothering Ties, your Rhystic Studies, your Propagandas, your basically any enchantment that comes in play and affects the board. The board, the game, whatever. Does it affect a specific thing, or does it have a much larger effect? That's the difference between local and global. So destroy target local enchantment, you might misread that as just destroy target enchantment, but modern wording says no, it's an aura because it enchants a something. Conversely, that also means that if you want destroy target global enchantment, it's destroy target non-aura enchantment. A little bit, wording's a little more cumbersome. I liked the idea of local enchantment versus global enchantment. I thought that was a great idea. I still do. But, maybe destroy target aura versus destroy target global enchantment. Whatever. But yeah, this is a 1 mana spell with 3 options that are all useful at different times. And you could throw this on Isochron's Scepter and just, in 3 separate turns, you could find yourself using any of the 3. So, Hope Charm, yeah, depending on the style of deck that you're playing, just keep in mind that First Strike does not help when you're trying to, when somebody pulls up a fight spell. And it's like, First Strike doesn't apply there. Relic Ward. Again, like I mentioned last week, there's a cycle of enchantments that basically, you can cast them as though they had flash. If you do, you sack it at the very end of turn. And it does a thing that is good for, if you cast it normally. Oh, look. I give an Artifact Shroud. Or if you cast it with flash, I give an Artifact Shroud until end of turn. I think cards like this are great. Anything that has the ability to get flash, as opposed to just straight up having flash, because just straight up having flash, nobody wants to play it. Like, people just don't play, well, I shouldn't say they don't play it without flash, but it's, I would generally assume that the typical card that has flash is not going to be played as a sorcery. Like, it's going to be getting played with flash probably 85 to 95% of the time. call it 90%. That really means that only one time in 10, maybe, you're going to be playing it as sorcery, as though it's a sorcery. I apologize. I haven't eaten yet today. It's coming on at 7 o'clock. I probably should have eaten before I start my stream. I was a little late for being able to do that because I had errands I had to run. Anyway. A card like this that gives you the option of playing it with flash, as opposed to just simply having flash, I think makes you, personal opinion, I feel it makes you think about what you're playing and how you want to play it more often. If you take if you take a 3/3 flying creature with flash for 5, you're commonly going to look at it and go, "Oh, I can play that at instant speed." So you'll cast it during combat as a blocker, or you'll cast it at the end of somebody's turn, or whatever, and you're not going to play it on your own turn as just a 3/3 flyer. An effect like Relic Ward that says you may play it as though it had flash, or Rout, which we'll get to when we do Invasion, which will probably be during like July or something. 2 white, 3 other, destroy all creatures. You can cast it as though it has flash if you pay an extra 2 mana to cast it. So instead of being 5, it's 7. But it's a board wipe at instant speed. And cards like that say you have the option to cast it as though it had flash, with some other kind of stipulation involved, feel a lot more interesting than just giving a card flash. I think if you want cards to be more interesting for players, do an effect like this. Or do an effect like Rout. Or do an effect that, like, if you do, when this enters the battlefield, choose an opponent, that player gets, gains 2 treasure tokens, or whatever, or creates 2 treasure tokens, whatever. Something of that effect. But give cards the ability to have flash, and give them a reason to be played normally versus being played with flash. That being said, Enchanted Artifact has Shroud. if you are going to build the typical Shroom the Hegemon kind of deck, that's based around recurring artifacts and doing all sorts of silly shenanigans with it, you're going to want a card along the lines of Relic Ward in it. Because, amongst other things, she's also an artifact creature. And, you know, if she's an artifact creature, giving her a shroud, kind of a big deal. Peace Talks. One of the craziest cards in the game. This one card for a couple of turns can completely shut down a crime-based deck. Can be cast after you attack. In a multiplayer game, it affects exactly 2 turns, not a full round of turns. This is relevant. If it's, you know, me and a person here, and a person here, you know, you the viewer, and a person here, and this person casts Peace Talks, I can't attack or, you know, or target anything. This person can't attack unless they already have, or target anything. But this one and this one can. So by the time it's come back to this person, they've probably already been attacked at least once, and had, you know, or I've been attacked at least once. This, I feel like this is a better two-player card. But what you generally want for a card, for an effect like this, is something like Grand Abolisher. During your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. However, this doesn't stop anyone from attacking. What's the other one? I can't remember the rest of her name. Oh yeah, Mirage, Shield of Argive. And then when she attacks, you make tokens, which you can use to block, which enough tokens can dissuade people from attacking. I think you want to find a way to cast this as an instant somehow, and cast this on somebody else's turn. But if you really want to muck around with combat and targeting and whatnot else, Peace Talks is definitely a consideration. It's definitely something to look at. Infantry Veteran. This is going to be like Angelic Page and so forth. You know, 1 mana for a 1/1, which is fine. Tap. Target attacking creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Better now than when it was printed, because I believe it took the 6th edition rule changes for people to go, hey, by the way, if a creature is tapped during combat, it still deals its combat damage. I believe prior to that, it couldn't. Which means actually no. I think that was only true for blocking. This is an attacking creature. So give this thing vigilance somehow, and it could actually attack as a 2/2, which is not unreasonable. The only way I can think of back then that you'd have to be able to give something vigilance was Eternal Warrior, which got reprinted in 5th edition, incidentally, which is around the era of Mirage and Visions. So that was the thing you could do. Sounds like a lot, 2-card combo to give, to make this attack as a 2/2. But it wasn't a bad option. But I don't know. It's a card to look into. Yeah. A global enchantment, and more specifically an enchant world. Enchant worlds, if there's already one in play and another one and somebody tries to play another one, I believe the oldest sticks around. Any world permanents that were already on the battlefield. The new one stays. Because back in the day, way back in the day, you had legendary permanents, surprise, although they didn't come out until the set Legends, so Magic had, its original set, Alpha, then reprint as Beta and Unlimited. Arabian Nights and Antiquities all came out before Legends even showed up. And at one point, between legendary permanents and enchant worlds, one said you can have a thing in if this is in play and somebody tries to play something else, that would make stuff blow up. Like in this case, another enchant world. In the case of legendary stuff, it would be another legend with the same name. In one case, it was you blow up everything but the most recent, and in the other case, you blow up everything but the oldest. I think in that case, for Legends, it was the oldest one stuck around. Yeah. That feels right because I think Lynn Civi ran into that problem. We'll get into that one during Mass Block, more than likely. But World Enchantment, the most recent one sticks around. So you can play this to blow up on any other enchant world. And this is cute. When this enters, Destroy each permanent with the same name as another permanent except for basic lands. So in other words, if there's more than one Sol Ring in play, they all go. Whenever a permanent other than a basic land enters, destroy all other permanents with that name. They can't be regenerated. This, more or less, is a white version of Leyline of Singularity. Your basic lands are safe. Everything else, if there's something already out with the same name, stuff gets... Because here's, I think, the reason for wording it the way they did boils down to when Eye of Singularity comes into play, it cannot tell who was there first. So everything that's duplicated gets blown up. Doesn't matter who has them. Doesn't matter what. No, they all get blown up. However, when a permanent, other than because basic lands are safe, we're allowing those. But whenever a permanent comes into play, and the eye sees it, it goes, "Oh, you're new." Anything else with the same name gets blown up. So it allows the most recent copy to come into play, but if it can't tell what the most recent copy is, all of them die. So that's a cute card. And if you want... man. This one card can incidentally muck up a lot of decks. If somebody drops Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth with Eye of Singularity out, nobody else wants to play another one. It is not unheard of for people to go, "Hey, you've got an Urborg out. Okay, well, just in case something happens, I'll play mine anyway." And Eye of Singularity is one of those cards that makes people go, no, I think I will not play a land for a turn. Wait, what? Why not? Oh, no reason. Unless, of course, you want your opponent's, Urborg or whatever to get blown up. But yeah. You want to muck around with people's boards. You want to say, if you just want to shoot down token strategies or, any sort of deck based around copy effects or whatever, yeah, Eye of Singularity is going to do a lot. Parapet sees I shouldn't say sees, used to see a fair amount of pauper play. It doesn't look like much, but getting that surprise, extra point of toughness when people are playing effects like Breath Weapon or I cannot remember what the other version is. Fiery Cannonade. I knew it was some kind of cannonade, I just couldn't remember what it was. And they're the identical card, except one dodges dragons and one dodges pirates. And a card like this can just turn around and go, oh, that's nice. Okay, my stuff list. Again, you can play it with Flash, and they'll get the toughness boost till end of turn. Or you can play it normally, and your opponents are going to go, what? In a format like Pauper, it's great. In a format like Commander, there are just so much easier ways to get a toughness boost as a permanent effect. Usually for an extra mana, and sometimes not necessarily so, you can get an extra power added onto that as well. In fact, there are certain decks. Let's go. If you play Tempered Steel, for an extra white mana over Parapet, artifact creatures you control get +2/+2. If you are you're building around golems or constructs or mirror or, you know, any of actually a decent number, you know, Thopters, or you're happen to incidentally be playing enough, you should be looking at forget Parapet. Spend the extra point of white mana and play Tempered Steel. Huge, huge difference. Honorable Passage. I might... So I think the first thing about this, so next time source of your choice will deal damage to any target this turn. Oh, you can choose any target. This is an upgrade from its original text. Prevent no damage to you or target creature from any one source. The next time a source of your choice will deal damage to any target this turn. Its modern wording means that it now also you can target your opponents with it. You can target planeswalkers with it. You can target battles with it. You can target anything with it, technically. But you can additionally target other players. And then if it prevented damage from a red source, you can turn around and have the person that controlled that red source take the damage instead. This is a big upgrade over its original wording. Next time, choice of your source would deal damage to target creature or player this turn. Which, again, it is still an upgrade. Still an upgrade over its original print. This is just... Neither print suggests to you, unless you know the rules well enough, in which case I would be going with the Time Spiral version. Neither one suggests that you can affect battles or planeswalkers. I wonder why... I wonder why they upgraded. But based on its current wording, I would definitely... Yeah, Honorable Passage, if you want damage prevention and you want something that can occasionally be a white burn spell, Honorable Passage is actually surprisingly good. Alright, let's take a look at blue now, shall we? Wars About Jin. If you want to do something crazy and fun and build like a Jin or a Jin-Efreet tribal deck, I think we saw one in a previous episode that was a 3/4. And Wars About Jin, I would just go like, no, play this instead. And the 3/4, I believe, was also 4, and might have been 5 mana. Here's the interesting thing about Wars About Jin. This allows you, if you have a deck that cares about, this allows you to make extra use of landfall triggers. Now, landfall is not typically, it's not typically the sort of thing that you think of for a blue deck. But then I have this mono blue ramp deck that I built with the intention of trying to emulate a green deck, but I'm playing islands instead. And let's see if I can find them. Here we go. I have 8 cards in here. This doesn't say it has landfall, but it essentially has the landfall ability. This has landfall, this has landfall, this has landfall. This has landfall, even though it doesn't say it. This has landfall, this has landfall. It is not unreasonable. I could take Kusima. Take out Sada, make Kusima my general. And I would not be unhappy to have Waterspout Jin take the place of Kusima as a way to more commonly enable landfall. I have Trench Behemoth for that as well. So, depending on what you're trying to do, if landfall is a thing that you at all care about, and notice it doesn't say it has to be basic on. It just it has to be an island. It has to be untapped. This is an upkeep cost, so the chance of having a tapped island on your upkeep realistically is going to be kind of low. So you can almost ignore the word untapped here. But if you're playing any kind of deck that cares about landfall, you might want to. Are you playing blue? Yes. Take a look at what is about Jim. On top of that, it's still 4 mana 4/4 flyer, which is not bad. Breezekeeper, on the other hand, for changing a blue mana to a white mana, or sorry, from a blue mana to a colorless mana, now instead of having to bounce a land back to your hand, it has phasing, which basically means it's in play every other turn. Do you have a way to make use of phasing? While it's phased out, cast Wrath of God. You know, while it's phased out, Armageddon. You know, while it's phased out, you know, this, that, what, you know, something else that cares about. Hell, while it's phased out, an effect like balance. Oh look, I have no creatures in play. Why? Because they're all phased out. Ideally, in my opinion, as a general rule of thumb, you want your stuff to be phased out all at the same time. Is this always going to be true? No. But often enough, you're going to want them to disappear at the same time. Cloud Elemental? No. Honestly, anything that says it can only block creatures with flying, don't. Just don't. Save yourself the headache. Something that's got a blue color identity, power and toughness of 2/3, mana value equals 3, and flying. 17 cards. Let's go by release date. Okay, Oracle of the Alpha, we're ignoring you. Geyser Drake, 2/3 flyer with a bonus. 2/3 with flying, ward 1, and another ability. 2/3 flying that makes so. Oh, I like this. I might want that in my mono blue ramp deck. Actually, no. This is more an no. That's more an aggro card. Ignore you because you're an uncard. Plane 2/3 flying. 2/3 flyer can only block flyers. 2/3 flyer, when it enters, okay, does a bunch of other stuff. 2/3 flyer. 2/3 flyer can't block artifact creatures. Much lower a drawback than most people think it's going to be. Aeronaut Tinker, flying as well as you control an artifact. Do you have a Soul Ring in play? Do you have Giant Blade Tome in play? Do you have a treasure token, etc., etc.? You're good. There are enough, even at lower rarities, there's enough 3 mana 2/3 flyers that you don't have to worry about Cloud Elemental. If you're looking for that kind of cost and that size with flying, there's still better. Knight of the Mists. Oh. I just realized this does not do what I thought it did. Knight of the Mist. 1 blue, 2 other for a 2/2 flanking knight in blue, which is, back then, even that's still perfectly viable. When it enters, you may pay blue. If you don't, destroy target knight and it can't be regenerated. There's always going to be at least one knight in play, and that's the Knight of the Mists. If there's another knight in play, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again, and I'm going to keep saying it. Oh, this creature has some, whatchamacallit, changeling? Then it has all creature types, in this case, including knight. Your opponent has a mirror entity in play. Cool. Pay 3 mana. This comes in pay. Blow it up. What? Blow it up. It's got all creature types, which also means it's a knight. If it's an old card, you're always going to want to check. And when I say old, I mean really old. I would probably say if it was before 9th edition, you're going to want to double check the creature types. Double check the creature types just in case, because certain cards may surprise you and go, hey, by the way, I now have this creature type. But it's, it can come into play. I think it is not unreasonable for somebody to be playing a card that is a knight or a shapeshifter. I think it is, let's say, probably a 50-50 chance that you can just incidentally find somebody playing a card that you can blow up with this. If there's nothing you can blow up, then it has to target itself, which is why it has the ability it does. That's why it has the ability it does. Because if there's no other knights in play... No, what? EDH rank. Realm Walkers, when people are gonna forget, is a thing. It's commonly played in like elf decks. People forget. No, it's actually a changeling. Alenda, people are gonna miss that. Changeling Outcast, I think people are going. Well, Changeling's in the name, so it's harder to miss that one. Bloodline Pretender, I think people are going to miss. Mass Vandal, people are going to miss. Nazgul, I think people are going to miss. I think Sarah Ginger the Mulelander, I think people are going to miss. Because people just think of it as a fancy ginger brute. I think there's enough cards that people are going to miss because it doesn't click, hey, by the way, this is also a knight. That you can sneakily go, hey, by the way. Incidentally, destroy target knight and it can't be regenerated. Okay. I have Eldrazi Monument or some other effect that makes my guys indestructible. Don't care. A 3 mana 2/2 flanking in blue is still actually pretty good. Foreshadow. Choose a card named the target opponent mills a card. If you were right, you draw a card. So there's a chance that you can be drawing 2 cards for this. 1 card now and 1 card next turn. You're going to draw the card next turn regardless. But you want to be able to hit. So you want this in. Oh, this is terrible. This is horrible. This is awful. And some people are going to love me for it. You can play, if you can build something along the lines of Lantern Control. What lantern are you? Lantern of Insight. Lantern Control is basically a really slow, pretty much artifact-based mill deck in Modern. Which has cards like this in it. And this. Really cheap, efficient artifacts to mill people. You get to see what their next draws are. You then get to decide whether to mill them or not. Since this is players, you also get to decide how much you want the card that you've got. And then occasionally you get to do like this in additional. You know, you get to use their additional effects or whatever. but largely mill out your opponent one card at a time and just pay attention to what they've got. Foreshadow, because with Lantern of Insight, you can see the top card of one's stack. A card like Foreshadow goes, okay, I'm going to name what the top card of your deck is. You're going to mill it. I'm going to draw a card. And then on the next player's turn, I'm going to draw another card. With a bit of setup, it's you draw two cards for one card for 2 mana as an instant. You generally, like a lot of the time, you're just going to end up missing. But if you're building your deck around knowing what the top card of your opponent's decks are, then this is the kind of card that you want to be putting in. If you're not building around knowing what the top card of your opponent's deck is, it's a cantrip that it's a slow trip that occasionally draws a card. Rainbow Fruit. Rainbow Fruit here's the thing. It's a 4 mana 3/1 flyer. My instinct goes, I take a look at that and go, meh. But then I take a look at at its other ability, and I see double blue, this creature phases out. That's like saying this creature is, is indestructible until end of turn. That's very close to saying this is indestructible till end of turn. Or I should say, until the start of your next turn. And when you start looking at it through a lens like that, this is actually really good. It's only a 3/1, but just being able to phase itself out, it can protect itself. Like, it will live through effects like Wrath of God, because when you need to, you can phase it out. It can do, it can block things and then phase out and go, oh, guess I'm not taking combat damage from it after all. Or you attack with it and somebody blocks with a creature that you weren't expecting them to block with, and it's like, well, that didn't work out as planned. Pay 2 blue, phase it out. Try again next turn. I think this is a much better card than people give credit for. I think this is a card people forgot existed. I think this can, again, we're looking at kitchen table. We're looking at fun, interesting cards. We're not looking to kill the opponent on turn 3. I think this merits looking into. Shimmering Efreet. Shimmering Efreet is kind of weird. When this phases in, target creature phases out. So, it and whatever else you're choosing are always going to be back and forth, like alternating between which one's in play and which one's not. I was gonna say this is a bad card, but you might want to save this for some kind of, I was gonna say combo piece, but I'm not sure combo is the word I'm looking for. But the fact that this has phasing, and when this phases in, it phases something else out. You can bounce stuff around between existing and not existing. And keep in mind, while it's phased out, it's treated as though it doesn't exist. I think again, I was ready to just pass on this. And now I'm actually reading what it does, and I'm going, wait a sec. Because normally, a creature with phasing, this is like being comparable to... So because it's only in play every other turn, this would be comparable to a 1/2 flyer. Assuming nothing else. No pump effects, no lords, no enchantments to boost it. Just straight up. This would be equivalent to a 1/2. But it can send something else out. You can play this. You play this now. On your next untap step, this phases out. So maybe you play this turn. The following turn, you play something that you're going to want to protect, but will probably survive the current turn. And then the following turn, this thing phases back in. Your other creature that you played in the meantime phases out, and then you play Wrath of God or whatever. Okay, there's ways to make it work. Time and Tide. Time and Tide you really only want to play if you're building with a lot of stuff with phasing. And this changes the status of anything that's got phasing. Cards that have phasing generally are not worth it. However, there are going to be some that aren't. I would say this is one of them. I don't remember if we covered this last week. I don't think we did. The big thing about this is once it's untapped and it's phased in, it taps for double blue. Which means you can start using untap shenanigans with it. you can use this to untap it. A way to untap this put Freed from the Real on Tidewater minion. Tap this to untap a permanent. So tap the minion to untap. Pay a blue to untap the minion. Using the minion to untap this, you generate infinite blue mana. Just with those 3 cards. Or any other cards that, if you have any other cards, like if you've got Demir Aqueduct, you know, the blue-black bounce land, then you'll be generating infinite black mana, etc. But Teferi's Isle, if you specifically want to generate infinite blue mana, you run Teferi's Isle. But it's got phasing. But if you have enough cards with phasing in your deck, for various reasons, you might want to be looking at Time and Tide, because anything that's phased out phases in, and anything that's phased in phases out. Oh, except it only affects creatures. Oh. Oh. That's a problem. That does not work. I am wrong. I did not realize it only affected creatures. That's a problem. Sorry. But that does mean that, you know, if you're playing with enough cards like Shimmering Efreet, it, you know, Shimmering Efreet, Rainbow Efreet, etc., it might be worth something. It might be worth looking at anyway. You're just not going to be able to do any silly shenanigans like bring. Actually, most things that have phasing, if memory serves me correctly, are creatures. Huh. Anyway, undo. 2 blue, 1 other. Return 2 target creatures to owner's hand. Does not sound like a lot. And sounds kind of bad. Considering that unsummon is 1 blue to return 1 creature, and it's an instant. Why are you paying 2.5 times the price and going from instant down to sorcery, which should be another half mana? So maybe triple blue, or 2 blue plus 2. To bounce 2 creatures. But then realize that, first of all, you're saving yourself a card, which is a big deal for a lot of these situations. It's not, I cast on the summon twice. I cast on the summon twice, and I am spending 1 last card. If you think about from that perspective, drawing a card historically has been worth about 2 mana. We're talking like draw a card attached to another effect. So let's assume that undo, if it were to be an instant, would be 2 blue plus 2. Knock the 2 off for not having to spend the extra card. And now you're looking at blue for unsummon. For 2 unsummon. That's actually costed about right. It doesn't let you do anything tricksy. But being able to return 2 creatures back to hand, that does a lot. And, I mean, compare it to some cards that see play that just get used to bounce creatures, like Cyclonic Rift. Occasionally is used just as a single target, just as an unsummon. You're playing blue +1, return target, non-land permanent you don't control to its owner's hand. This does also, however, let you bounce 2 of your own creatures. Also, you are playing blue, so effects like Leyline of Singularity et al. Or not Singularity, Leyline of Anticipation are available to you to make you cast stuff as though they were, as though they had flash. You cast Undo. You bounce 2 of your most important creatures, maybe your general, and something else. Cast a Wrath of God. If you've got enough mana left over, because at this point you're spending at least 7 mana, so let's say 10. Let's say you've got 10 or 12 mana. Well, by that point, you'll just recast your general, or whatever other creature whatever the least expensive, reasonable creature. You still have all your non-creature mana available. So you still have all your artifact mana available. You still have whatever mana is in your mana pool that you floated first. Still have all your treasure tokens. So, board wipe, saving 2 of my most important creatures, recast 1 of them. Not unreasonable. 3 wishes. 3 wishes. This is basically like, those red cards that people like to play, that people like to refer to them as impulse drawing. You exile cards from the top of your library face down until X time, sometimes until end of turn, sometimes until the end of next turn. You can play them. Act on an impulse. Exile the top 3 cards of your library. Until end of turn, you may play those cards. Exile the top 3 cards of your library face down. You may look at those as long as they remain exiled. The only difference between that and this is act on impulse They're exiled face up. Everyone else gets to see them. But this one, you still get to know what they are. Until your next turn, you may play those cards. Until the end of turn, you may play those cards. Okay, some do until end of turn, some let you wait until next turn. At the beginning of your next upkeep, put any of those cards you didn't play into your graveyard. Act on impulse and similar effects, what people like to refer to as impulse drawing. Effects like that, generally, if you don't play them, they're exiled for good. 3 Wishes is basically act on impulse that gives you a little extra time to cast them. And they hit the graveyard if you don't cast them. There are a few ways to use this. This is, at worst, a draw 3 that doesn't actually put them into your hand. Nobody else knows what the cards are. In fact, somebody can take a look at your hand via an effect like telepathy or peek, or any other card that says, hey, by the way, players play with their hands revealed, or or a similar effect. 3 Wishes comes along and goes, that's nice. You may know what's in my hand, you don't know what these are. This is one of those kinds of cards where I am okay with it, because there are certain cards that I see people play in a quote-unquote regular commander deck that I personally disagree with. I'm not saying that this isn't because I think the cards are bad. This is because I think Commander is not the kind of home for these cards. And Brainstorm is one of those cards that comes to mind. I do not like Brainstorm and similar effects in Commander, unless you're trying to basically build a combo deck, which means you're probably CEDHing instead. And then at that point, you want as many of those kind of effects as you can. To an extent. But, like, for example, in Legacy, it's not out of line to play, like, say, 12 of them. 4 Brainstorms, 4 Ponders, 4 Preordains. Or in certain lists for Pauper. Something of that nature is not out of line. So that's 12 of them in a 60 card deck, which is basically 1 out of every 5 cards. So you would be looking at, on that scale, basically 20 of those effects. Serum Visions, and basically any of that sort of ability that you can get away with. Ideally for 1 mana. If you can, 2. If you have to, 2. But as often as you can for 1. And a card like that, if you're playing a deck of that nature, then yeah, Brainstorm, okay, fine, I get it, it makes sense. But just playing Brainstorm in a typical deck, I'm like, why? What reason do you have for specifically playing Brainstorm in that deck? I just wouldn't. But if I'm running cards like 3 Wishes here, suddenly Brainstorm makes a bit more sense, because if somebody casts a thing, I can put 3 cards, I can draw 3 cards, put 2 cards back, then exile the top 3, set these 3 aside, and then the rest, me, thoughtseize, me, whatever card they're using that gives them a reason to look at my hand. And I go, okay, but you don't know what these are. And they're not on top of my deck anymore, so you can't mill them. They're pretty much in the safest place they can be. Because this is Magic, this is not Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards under exile are incredibly hard to interact with. Anyway. But yeah. 3 wishes. I like 3 wishes. If you're looking for a effect along the lines of Active and Impulse, and you're playing blue, 3 wishes is actually really good, and it gives you from the time you cast it until your next turn. Like basically until the start of your next turn. That also gives you access to additional counter spells, or bounce spells, or Psionic Blast, or Pongify, or any other interesting blue. Well, I'm saying blue. I think if you want to be able to put extra cards in your hand without actually drawing them, and there are times when drawing cards is a bad idea. Yeah, 3 wishes is actually really good. And like I said, it puts those 3 cards in the safest place for you. Teferi's Realm. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player chooses artifact, creature, land, or non-aura enchantment. All non-token permanents of that type phase out. Okay. No. Stop that. Stop that. Wait. They will phase back in on their controller's untap step. So if I name creature, my opponent's creatures will come back in and on their turn. But mine won't come back in until my turn. Huh. Yeah, this is a weird one. I think if I'm trying to use phasing, because like I said earlier, there are times when you want an effect like Rainbow of Freed or Shimmering of Freed. You know, cards like that are actually... Yeah, I see that, Holly, but... I don't know how I feel about the utility of Teferi's Realm. I think this is one of those cards where you'd have to like sit down and plan out, like, you not only have to build around this card, you have to like plan what you want this card to do. Because like if I name creature and you name land, like, my lands will come back into play on my turn. Yours are going to be gone until your turn comes back. This is, again, this is one of those cards where you're going to have to sit down and figure out what exactly it does. And I don't think I have the brain power right now to figure out how to make this work well. Like, this is one of those cards I would actually have to sit down probably for a good half an hour. Nah, well, you've also been playing a very long time, and so you remember phasing. You remember how much confusion there was about how phasing actually worked. I think at one point it triggered enter the battlefield. I think at another point it triggered leave the battlefield. They eventually just turned around and said, you know what? It's not there anymore. It doesn't exist. But I think they went back and forth on what it triggered when a couple of times, and I prefer this method because it's cleaner. It's yeah. It's like the time vault of mechanics. Oh. I mean, Companion had issues, but Companion only had like one major change, one change to how the mechanic worked, and then it's like, okay, we're good now. Oh, speaking of which, have you seen the most recent Banned and Restricted announcement? I really should post that in the chat. This thing is crazy. No change to standard, no change to pioneer. Modern Underworld Breach is banned, which I get. It's basically like Yawgmoth's Will for modern, but better. And Yawgmoth's Will was already really strong. Troll of Khazad-dûm. Troll of Khazad-dûm was interesting. I read over the thing, and it's basically, here's a way to fix your mana that's also a solid reanimation target. It's a little bit like what was it? Twisted Abomination, I think it was. It's the one that got time shifted. I want to say it's Twisted Abomination. Yeah. Compare that to this. It's... both of which are healthily sized creatures with swamp cycling. The A-bomb can regenerate, but you don't really want to be holding up mana in a format like Legacy. I mean, this is why you get to play with cards like Force of Will, so you don't have to hold up mana. And this is a bigger creature with essentially Mega Menace. You fix your mana and have a healthy sized creature that you can reanimate while you're at it. You didn't need to play something like Grizzlebrand or, oh, what's her face, Atraxa or whatever. You could just stick with this and you're good. It was really, really strong. Yeah, and again, so would most people. Sowing Micah Spawn, I don't remember what they said about that, but I'm like, I was less concerned about that one. I was Pauper. Basking Broodscale kills a combo. Kodotha Rebirth makes mono red much more fair. I think is probably a good word, because the number of ways, like the number of artifacts, like Mycosynth. Oh, what are you? I'm drawing a blank on the name. Feel free to come back. And then High Tide gets unbanned. That must be why it's in Dominaria Remastered. That thing is just going to be... And people are like, I don't get why that's a big deal, because this is... And I'm like, people are going to find a way to break it. You know, if the worst it is a Dark Ritual in blue, it's going to be really good. Oh yeah, in case you're still here, Holly, bye! Yeah, I've known her for a few years. Yeah, anyway. Mystic Veil. Again, another one of these cards that gives you the ability to cast it. To cast it with Flash if you want. This gives you a reason for casting. Again, you can cast it with Flash. Other stipulations that get involved. And I sure, it looks wordier. But this makes it more interesting. Mystic Veil. I think if I was going to be playing a deck like Xur the Enchanter, I will point out, if you put an aura onto the battlefield and it wasn't cast, that aura can enchant whatever it could normally enchant otherwise. And because auras only target when you cast them, you can bypass abilities like Shroud and Hexproof. So, if I have an effect like Mystic Veil in my deck, and I cast Mystic Veil on Xur, I then attack with Xur. I then find another enchantment, another aura. Well, he's got Shroud. That means nobody can target him. But the aura is coming into play without being cast. If it's coming to play without being cast, even though he's got Shroud, I can throw more auras on him. Which is why... God damn it. Oh, that looks cool AF. God damn it. This is why one of the first cards that you pretty much want to fetch with Zerk is something that gives Shroud or Hexproof or some other kind of similarly protective ability. And Mystic Veil, sometimes just giving Flash till end of turn is enough, and you probably want a couple more cards that give Shroud or Hexproof or the like in your deck, so that you've always got like one available that you can use just in case, and then another you can fetch up. So let's go black. Go. Tar Pit Warrior. Are you building Cyclops Tribal, son? 35 cards. Sort by color. 2 black. A good chunk of red ones. 3 red green. Oh. Horberg, Most, and Thibblethip. You won't be able to play Mirage Cyclops, Fortress Cyclops, or these two. So that's 31. And none of these look like cards you can't play in a commander deck. Anyway, yeah, you're playing set. I would not play this even in Cyclops Tribal. This is trying to be an aggro creature, and for back then it was okay, but it really wasn't. It really wasn't great back then. I don't know. I would have trouble finding a good home for that. Urborg Mindsucker. Are you part of the Spirit of the Night combo? Urborg Mindsucker. No, it was Urborg Panther. 3 mana for a 2/2. Pay black and sack it to make somebody discard a card. I mean, this is the kind of card that I would be... If I am playing... Oh! Oh, hello! What's its name? Creatures with +1 counters have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled to the back of the Soul Cauldron. No, there's a better option for you. What were you called? Five mana for a 2/2, sack a creature. Target player discards 2 cards. Except this is a random discard. So if you're building around Agatha's Soul Cauldron and you want discard effects, I might still play the Hypnotist first, because discarding 2 cards is really big. Discarding a random card can hit all sorts of weird stuff. I think if I wanted ways to make people discard and I'm playing with Soul Cauldron, I want Hypnotist first and an effect like Mind Suckers second. And if I'm doing that and I'm playing with Agatha's Soul Cauldron, I'm probably always sacrificing the creature that has the ability. Not completely unreasonable. I will point out though, if you're Black in this set has got a lot of ways to sacrifice its own stuff. It's kind of a theme here. 1 black, 3 other for a 3/1 flyer. Pay a black, 1 other, and sack a creature to regenerate. Wake of Vultures. I've always felt it was a okay card, but the regeneration was just. I think for the regeneration I would have been okay, and this is even going back to, soon after, when I first started having the idea what cards actually did. By which I mean, sacrifice a creature. Well, sometimes you want to sacrifice a creature. Sometimes you just have extra creatures around. Sometimes you want those creatures to be sacrificed for a reason. For example, Viscera Seer, sacrifice a creature, scry 1. Actually, that's a bad example. I'm looking at the example from the other direction. Scratch that. You know what? Let me pull out my Mono Black Commons deck. You. Get over here! So, these are sack outlets. Cannon fodder. 22. If you take a look at this section here. Clockwork Fox. When it leaves the battlefield, you draw 2 and each opponent draws a card. So, drawing 2 extra cards, when the 3/2 dies. And it's not even dies. It can be returned back to your hand. Filigree Familiar. When it dies, draw a card. Doomed Dissenter. When it dies, make a zombie token. Or Persistent Specimen. When it's in your graveyard, you can pay 3 mana to bring it back into play. A lot of these cards have, Debtor's Transport. It's a 5/3 for 6, but when it dies, you make 2 1/1s. A lot of these things have effects that, this section that's cannon fodder is, it either comes into play, it either has a really good come into play ability, which is the primary reason you want to play it. Ghastly Death Tyrant. Creatures you control gain Death Touch till end of turn. Sure, I've got a bunch of like 1/1s and 2/2s, but they've got Death Touch. Do you really want to block them? Or, or they die, or they have an effect when they die. In either case, the body is It's almost the body itself is almost irrelevant. The Ghastly Death Tyrant, the body is, a little more relevant because it's a 6/5. But if that was like a 3 mana like 2/1 or whatever with those effects, I'd still play it. I'd just be playing it a lot more for the abilities than the than for the body. And then of course sack because of me, etc., etc. But yeah. But Wake of Vultures, you would want to be sacrificing things like like the Clockwork Fox, or stuff that when it died did a thing. Or stuff that came in play did a thing that you cared about, and well, it's already done its thing now, so you don't, and the body is just meh, so you don't care anymore. But paying 2 mana and sacrificing a creature just to regenerate, and here's the other problem, it's a 3/1. That 1 point of toughness means that if you want to keep the Wake of Vultures around, you're going to have to regenerate it a lot, because it can, it will die to anything that tries to block it. It'll die to anything that tries to block it, or that, or that this is trying to block. It'll die to any damage-based removal spell. It'll die to any destroy effect that doesn't say can't be regenerated. So Day of Judgment, as an example, etc. And it's yeah, whatever. Just not worth it. Python? Python is for this frame of time. This is about right for the size of creature it is. It's a 3 mana, 3/2 creature. It's basically Hurloon Minotaur flipped around. I.e., Hurloon Minotaur was 2 red plus 1 for 2/3. This is 2 black plus 1 for 3/2. So a little more aggressive. Type Snake. If the fact that it's vanilla is relevant to you, you might have an interest in it. There might still be better. You know what? Let's do this. ID equal B and mana value equal 3. Okay, so 3/2 and 2/3 is not unreasonable thus far. Gloom Pangolin is kind of cute. Oh, if you're going mono black, there's only 12 cards. But Calaxion, so instead of a 3/2, you can get a 7/2. But barring that, yeah. 3/2 and 2/3 is about right. I would I'd run Calaxion before any of the 3/2s. but I would probably run a couple of the 2/3s. I think that partly depends how aggro I want to be. If I want to try and be a more aggro deck, I would be running 3/2s more than 2/3s. If I want more defensive, a 1/5 is averages to a 3/3. I think you have. I think it is one of many mono black 3-mana vanilla options. So if you're building a vanilla deck and you want a black 3-drop, you have options. And Python, from all the way back in Visions in 1996, which would be 30 years next year, is not unreasonable. Wicked Reward. You have to pay attention to how these cards are worded. This looks like an activated ability of an instant. There are some instances, very few, but there are some instances that have activated abilities. There we go. Sort by color. I will point out that cycling is one of them. A lot of these cards you're going to see are also lands on the other side. So like Razor Grass Ambush, if you flip it over, it's a land on the other side. So let's rule out the ones that are also lands. There we go. This has got forecast, so that counts. This has got errata to basically go to basically redirect. You may redirect to target creature you control any amount of damage. I'm going to take the damage and send it. I'm going to take any damage I would take and send it there. Let's take out the adventures. It's not going to be a lot, but it'll be some. Okay. Wizards you control have tap counter target spell. Creature gains tap. Return target non-land to its owner's hand. Retraction Helix is the exact same. Relevantly, Grim Reminder has got an activated ability. Like, it itself has got the activated ability as opposed to giving it to something else. What are you on the other side? Oh. Yeah, a lot of cards that have activated abilities. Oh yeah, Whiteout, which I think is hilarious when you look at the Mystery Booster version. A lot of them just tend to give it to something else instead. you know, creating Eldrazi tokens, for example. But, where were we? Yeah. So there are some instances that have an activate ability. But even the rule book thingy that you got back then basically turned around and said, well, no, this bit here before the colon, this is saying, hey, by the way, this is an additional cost. And people were going, wait, what? So it was a little confusing for everybody involved. But realize that any card that was printed around this time, if it was basically an instant or sorcery, that colon wasn't to say, hey, by the way, here's an activated ability, like cycling. This was to say, here's an additional cost. Now, that being said, I saw this card and I thought it was cool. Because for black, you had Unholy Strength. Enchanted creature gets +2/+1. This, for an extra mana and sacking a creature. And if you see my username, and you go back to where that came from, Fallen Empires, sacrificial creatures kind of was a thing. There were enough ways to have sacrificial creatures. They might be expensive, or I should say they might be mana intensive, but they existed. Or there were cards that, well, I don't need this wall of wood anymore. Sacrifice it. So, creatures that you're willing to sack, okay. Target creature gets +4/+2 till end of turn. That is quite a healthy size boost. Now, again, I would compare this to, like, this is basically a out of color giant growth. But rather than saying this color doesn't get this ability, they'll just turn, back then they would say, let's find a way to give this color this ability, but a way that makes sense for this color. So, giving +3/+3 to black didn't, I guess they presumed it didn't quite make sense when you compared Alpha, for example, had Howl from Beyond, which only gave a power boost, and Unholy Strength, which gave +2/+1. No, the stream did not freeze. I brain fart sometimes. Deal with it. Yeah. Or then, earlier in the set, as we were just looking at, Python. which is a 3/2. Again, higher power than toughness. There seemed to be a fair amount of this. Apart from walls, I think it was probably more common that any size adjusting in black made more sense to be lopsided in favor of power. So, +4, +2. Okay, yeah, that feels about right. It's also exactly double the size of Unholy Strength. Make it cost a little more. Okay, you're still saving yourself a bunch compared to Hell from Beyond. Like, if we're just looking at just the power boost, Hell from Beyond for 4 would be 5 mana. This is 2. Additional cost, sack a creature. Okay, yeah, based on effects like that, this seems fair. This seems about right. Is Giant Strength strictly better? I mean, I wouldn't say strictly better, but in most general use case situations, I would say yes. In certain situations, the extra point of power of Wicked Reward is sometimes a much bigger deal. Nowadays, look at sources that have Infect or Double Strike, for example, or heaven forbid that have both. A 1/1 with Double Strike and Infect that gets this. Literally one combat step, one combat, one kill. Additional cost, sacking a creature. What does your creature base look like in terms of, hey look, I've got sacrificial fodder? A deck like that mono black one I was just showing you? Quite a bit. Or the mono white ones that I've got that generates just, I spend 3 cards, I've got like 7 bodies. So, yeah. Depending on the kind of deck that you've got, this might be worth it. Are you looking for a giant growth style effect in black? And have you got enough bodies that you are comfortable sacrificing? If you do, this is incredibly potent and can just give a good size boost. Fallen Ascari. This phrase here always gives me pause. But we are looking at a 2/2 for 2 with flanking. Which, if you go on the assumption that in general every attacking creature is going to be blocked by a single creature. If you assume that, this is basically a 2 mana 3/3. Not literally, but as far as colliding against other creatures, this is more or less a 2 mana 3/3. If you're looking at it from that kind of perspective, this starts looking better. But you're playing human, I would assume you're playing Night Tribal with this. there's probably better options, but if, I mean, are you looking for a... Alright, let's see here. Let's say it's a black 2-drop and mana value equal 2. So, you should be running Black Knight. The Paragon is actually really good. It has less than 4 counters on it. This gives you a tutor effect. This, you keep this in your hand until somebody's cast a board wipe. Your opponents can't gain life, and it's got a shade ability that's slightly slower, but it's got a shade ability and menace. This is like probably 2/3 of a Black Knight. I would be playing this. Yeah, plus it's got Exalted. First strike, hexproof from white. This would be a 3/2 if anyone's got white. You've got like 3 or 4 things that... Oh, wow. Black Knight. Knight of Infamy. Knight of Malice. Knight of Stronghold. Order of the Ebon Hand. Stronghold Crusader. You have 6 you've got 6 2-drop knights. You've got 6 2-drop knights that say, yeah, I don't like white. Yeah, and I would probably play all of them for various reasons. The least of which, you know, a lot of them have activated or static first strike. Yeah. I think Fallen Ascari is pretty low on the list of 2 mana mono black knights. But I think it's also the only one that's got flanking. It might literally just make it on the back of flanking. Oh, Pillar Tombs of Aku. During each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices a creature, or that player loses 5 life, and you bury Pillar Tombs of Aku. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, they have to choose one. If they have a creature to sacrifice, they can sacrifice the creature, and depending on the kind of deck that you're playing, they may not care. They may actually want to sacrifice a creature. Otherwise, the Pillar Tombs hits the bin, but they take 5. In a format like Commander, I would be less interested in this. I would be less interested in this, but in a 20 life format, in a 20 life 60 card format, again, kitchen table. By the way, one thing I always recommend to people, I don't care how casual a player you are. You want to build a deck? Pick a format. Build according to that format's rules. don't worry about what the best decks in the format or any of that other crap is. Just pick a format, build according to that format's rules. If you choose Legacy, I'm playing Mono Black. I get to play with Dark Ritual, but I don't get to play with Demonic Tutor. I'm playing Vintage. I get access to Soul Ring, but I can only play one Rainstorm. You know, etc., etc., etc. Just choose a format. Actually, I am curious. Thank you. I'm playing Modern. I can play, because it's recently got banned, I can play Troll of Khazad-dûm. Because I'm playing Modern. But not if I'm playing Legacy. You see what I'm saying? It's like there's some cards where just and you don't have to build a high power deck for it. You don't have to build this. It doesn't matter. But it just gives a starting point for a framework for how to build your deck. And in a case like that, Pillar Tombs of Aku, sure, why not? But the problem with Pillar Tombs in a format like Commander is you're looking at a format that's generally got 4-player game in mind, where some people want their creatures to die, and where people start off with 40 life. Pillar Tombs of Aku just is not going to do a lot. Compare that to a 20 life, compare that to if 2 people build modern legal decks. And again, you don't have to play with Ragavan, you don't have to play with Subtlety, or maybe Solitude's a better example here. And you don't have to play with, the One Ring and all this other jazz, whatever, who cares. You don't have to play with fetch lands. Just build with that pool in mind. But you start off with only 20 life, and so suddenly a card that, well, I don't have a creature in play, I guess I can't sacrifice a creature. So suddenly, you spent 4 mana to burn your opponent for 5, which is not amazing. But it's not bad. In this case, you'd have to be looking at Legacy or Vintage for your starting point. Pillar Tombs, if I'm building a deck that wants to sacrifice creatures or has a lot of random cannon fodder, then I might put it in. But I'm just going to assume that, a couple of creatures might die, and then somebody's going to take 5 and it's going to hit the graveyard. Although that being said, if 2 creatures die, and then someone takes 5, for 4 mana, I've killed 2 creatures. And they could be creatures that had protection from black, or, you know, hexproof or this, that, whatever else. And it's like, okay. And then dealt 5 damage. So maybe it's not terrible bad. Infernal Harvest. As an additional cost to cast it, return X swamps you control to their owner's hand. You need a way to get enough lands in play to make this worthwhile. This deals a bunch of damage split amongst creatures. It won't hit a player. Barring, of course, you know, weird stuff like, you know, well, I return 7 swamps back to hand, so I have 7 damage to deal. I'll deal it all to my stuffy doll, which means you take 7. I think you can probably assume, in general, this is going to max out around 7 or 8 damage. The problem is, to be able to have it deal any damage, you have to send lands back to your hand. That being said, if you're also playing white and a lot of your swamps are dual lands of some sort, plains. So there are 5 lands that are swamps and plains at the same time. Plus 3 more that also have one of the other 3 land types. Plus, with the Reborn Tome of Yawgmoth, everything's also a swamp. So, you could use this to enable some catch-up ramp. Stuff like Explorer's Scope comes to mind. Nope, not Explorer's Scope. Explorers. Surveyor's Scope. Search your library for up to X basic lands for X's number of players who control at least 2 more lands than you. Put them onto the battlefield and shuffle. So this can get you back to the point where it's like, well, I've pulled ahead. Okay, I'll send extra lands back to my hand. Kill that, and kill that. Cool. Now I can use now I can cast Explorer's Scope, exile it, and get out where X's number of players who control at least 2 more land. Okay, so you're only going to get 1 land per person. You're not going to be caught up, but you'll be close. So, I mean, there are uses for it. Again, it's returning lands back to your hand, so landfall is also an option. Oh yeah, vampirism. How far am I? 1, 2. Alright. Yeah, vampirism is cute. Vampirism, first of all, if you don't want any creature in your deck that is natively an X1. What do I mean by an X1? I mean a creature that natively has only a single point of toughness. So, Savannah Lines. I know we're talking about a different color, but Savannah Lines is a good example. 1 white for 2/1. Relevantly here, 1 point of toughness. You want all your creatures to be at least 2 toughness, like Chronophage here. Even Woodland Druid, 1 green for a 1/2. Same mana cost effectively as Savannah Lines. It's just it's a 1/2 instead of a 2/1. Relevantly here for Vampirism, your other creatures get -1/-1. That means Savannah Lines would come into play dead. However, Woodland Druid would go and become a 0/1. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control. So they're stealing power from each of your other creatures to make themselves better. Let's think about this for a moment. You have a 0/2 flying in play. You have Ornithopter in play. You have 6 creatures other than Ornithopter. You throw Vampirism on the Ornithopter. All your creatures have at least 2 toughness natively, like Ornithopter does. You have 6 other creatures in play. Ornithopter is suddenly going to become a 6/8 flyer. Your other creatures are going to shrink down by 1/1, but Ornithopter is now a 6/8 flyer. And when it comes into play, you draw an additional card next turn. That's pretty good for 2 mana. You just have to build with Vampirism. You just have to build in a way to remember that Vampirism is in your deck. But that does a lot. An effect like this, you're going to want an effect vaguely along lines of Bad Moon in play. Or something similar. If you are building a tribal deck, or I guess maybe they call it a kindred deck these days. Shared Triumph. Enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Creatures of the chosen type get +1/+1. Shared Triumph in combination with Vampirism, those two cancel each other out as far as this is concerned, assuming you're building a tribal deck. However, that still doesn't stop this. There's also a white card that's similar. Oh, Bravado comes a couple of sets later. Actually, it's... Wow, really? Are you kidding me? There's only the 2 cards that actually do it, and red has got the better one? Mirage, Visions, Weatherlight, Tempest, Stronghold, Exodus. About a block and a half later, Bravado comes out in a different color. There. Hope against hope. Sigil of the Nine Gods. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Vampirism feels like the worst one, and still not actually bad because it's also one of the cheapest ones. Because there's only 8 cards to actually that have anything along this ability. But I think only Bravado legitimately beats it as being strictly better. I can't even say strictly better though, because Vampirism draws a card. You're basically paying wow. This is actually tough. I think if my creatures are sufficiently big enough, or I have like any creatures that are small enough, I don't care. Or I have an effect that does a thing that I like. I think Vampirism is worth it. Like, if I've got a bunch of saplings, let's say. Meh. But if I have, say, a creature or an artifact or whatever that says, whenever a creature you control dies, blah. So Vampirism is a card that you build. Vampirism is a card you put in your deck knowing that it's in your deck and making sure you build with it in mind. You don't just jam it into any deck. It's one of those cards you have to be aware of when you put in your deck. But if you have enough creatures that are like, if you have enough effects on cards that won't die to Vampirism, that say, hey, by the way, creature died, a thing happens. Or, what on earth are you called? Grave Pack? I think so. Whenever a creature you control dies, each other player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Okay, that's kind of cute. Oh, fun. But yeah. Like, Grave Pact in combination with Vampirism is just silly. Yeah. You put it in your deck on purpose. You don't just go, oh, that looks... you can just, that looks fun and throw it in. But you really want another effect to help pump your team. Akujin. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a +1 counter on each creature each opponent controls. It's a 5 mana, 5/6 flyer, which back then, sorry, not a flyer, trample. Big difference. And trample in Commander, I would say in general, is probably better than flying. In general. Solemnity. Counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, enchantments, or lands. Solemnity will stop it. What's the one that says? Liars Keepers. Huh. Oh yeah, when we get to it, Sun Cleanser is going to be funny against certain decks. Oh look, experience counters. But yeah, Solemnity. If you're playing black, white, plus, you know, maybe plus some... Cards like Akujin are just funny. Oh, Solemnity? Solemnity stops stuff from getting age counters, so they... Huh. Huh. I'm just checking a rules thing real quick because I saw Solemnity and now my brain's wondering if I can bypass dealing with cumulative upkeep. Because if that does work the way I think it does, I will get back to you on that. Alright, cool. That does do what I'm thinking of. Nice. So Akujin, if you're playing Akujin, you may want to consider playing with Solemnity. Solemnity, because the modern interpretation of cumulative upkeep puts an age counter on the card, and then you puts an age counter on the card, and then you pay that cost for each age counter. So let's say just the first card I can think of that's got cumulative upkeep. Cumulative upkeep of 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, put an age counter on this permanent. So the first upkeep, it'll have 1 counter. The second upkeep, it'll have 2. The third upkeep, it'll have 3. Then sacrifice it unless you pay its upkeep cost for each age counter on it. So the first upkeep, you'll have to pay 2 because 1 age counter, 2 mana per counter is 2 mana. Next upkeep is 4. Next upkeep is 6, etc., etc. But the modern interpretation of it is it uses age counters. Whereas back in the day, you just had to track. Now, here's a way to track it. But because it uses counters, counters can't be put on artifacts, creatures, enchantments, or lands. If you put Solemnity out and then drop Illusion's Grandeur, you never have to worry about paying the upkeep. Same with anything else that's got cumulative upkeep. So Akujin may lead you to play with Solemnity, which may lead you to play with more cards that have got cumulative upkeep, etc., etc., etc. But then you're going to want other ways to deal with counters. If you're playing blue like you're playing with Illusions of Grandeur, you may want to play Chisei Heart of Oceans, which eats a counter every upkeep, so on and so forth. So yeah. Akujin could end up being an interesting build-around card. I will point out it's on each creature each opponent controls. All your opponents get a counter on all the per creature. So, yeah. Necrosavant. I am curious. Chronosavant. Zombie Giant. Giant. Both of them look like they're trying to sleep somewhere not exactly comfortable. The Necrosavants try and sleep on books by looks of things. And they're both 6-drops, and they're both 5/5s, except the Necrosavant is 3/3, and the Chronosavant is 1 white plus 5. 5 mana and sack a creature. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only during your upkeep. So 5 mana and sack a creature to reanimate itself, which is not only during your upkeep. Not unreasonable. 6 mana for 5/5. With no abilities beyond, self-reanimation. But that's still not bad. And the fun thing is, you can have Necrosavant in your graveyard from something else, and at some point go, well, it's taking me forever to get to 6 mana. But 5 mana, I'll sack this creature. Yoink. So, this is, unlike Wake of Vultures, this is not unreasonable to spend sacrificing a creature on. . Hilariously, though, while this is a cost and this is the effect, this is part of a combo that I heard about, which allows you to skip. Basically, if you can generate infinite mana, half of which is white, you activate this, and in response to it, you activate again, and in response, you activate again, yada yada yada, all the way down. You skip your next, let's say you activate it 1,000 times. You skip your next 1,000 turns. It'll only come into play once, because it can't come back into play. But yeah, it's already in play. But there's nothing stopping you. Same here. As long as you can keep paying this cost, you can keep activating it in response to itself. Maybe you've got like 1,500 mana. Can you generate 1,500 mana and you've got a whole whack ton of tokens or creatures that when they come into play or when they die make tokens, etc., etc. Yeah, you can just keep activating this in response to itself. Are you going to have a reason for it? Maybe, maybe not. If you do, great. Whenever creature you control dies, X happens. But I wouldn't throw this in a just any deck. But as long as you've got enough creatures to make it worth thinking about, yeah, sure, why not? It's still fine. It's not terrible. Forbidden Ritual. Oh, Forbidden Ritual. Forbidden Ritual is one of those cards that you play when you want to empty your board. If you want to empty your board, this usually comes up when you want to play a card like Barren Glory. What? Barren Glory. 2 white, 4 other enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control no permanents other than Barren Glory and have no cards in hand, you win the game. You sacrifice everything you can. First, you find a way to discard your hand apart from Forbidden Ritual. So, what do you call it? Zombie Infestation comes to mind. Then you pay 4 mana. And basically sacrifice your entire board. Sure, you burninate somebody? Okay. But then you end up going, hey, by the way, I've got nothing left in play. And then if you survive until your next turn, you win the game. It's hard, but it's doable. Spitting Drake. No, just the only reason I would consider playing Spitting Drake is if I'm trying to construct via Shivan Dragon. Although I can't say the same for Kisku Drake. Because Kisku Drake, I have reasons for wanting to play Kisku Drake. But yeah, Spitting Drake, 1 red, 3 other for a 2/2 flyer, where once a turn I can pay a red to give it +1/+0. So basically I can get to a 3/2 flyer. Oh, look. Three-two flyers. 3/3 flyers. Hell, Rocket Care Ridges already existed by then. Sure, it was a common, it was a rare, but I still don't remember it being worth a lot. Because it wasn't a card people actually were looking for. Oh, what? Sort by release date. Ascending. And there we go. Rocket Carriages. Warmonger would be coming out soon. Oh. Ping's non-flyers. Right. Yeah, so 3/2s, 3/3s, pretty easies. God damn it. I couldn't get to the thing fast enough. What if I go power greater than 3? Oh, wow. Avaricious Dragon would be great. But yeah, there's a decent number of cards that would already be like worth playing at 4 mana that have basically that would be better than Spitting Drake, just on the assumption that it's a 4 mana creature that's trying to be a 3/2. Just don't. Unless you're using it to try and build via Shoving Dragon. Unless you're trying to build via Shaven Dragon, just don't. Ogre Enforcer. This thing is great. This creature can't be destroyed by lethal damage unless lethal damage dealt by a single source is marked on it. Marked on it? What do you mean marked on it? Yeah. So, there's in many cases, in many cases, there's a difference between how people play Magic and what the rules actually say happen. If you've ever seen somebody play Arena, ignore his ability for the time being. This is a 4/4 creature. If somebody casts Lightning Strike or Lightning Bolt on it, it's going to take 3 damage. Arena will turn around and change that 4/4 to 4/1. Because it only has 1 more damage that it could take before it would die. Again, ignore its ability. Pretend it's just a 5 mana 4/4 with no abilities. Actually, There we go. Either one of these work. Actually, yeah, they're all the same. Okay, literally. 5 mana, 4/4. Somebody casts Lightning Strike or Lightning Bolt or something similar to that. Takes 3 damage. The game will make it look like it's now 4/1. Which is not completely accurate, but not completely inaccurate. What the game is trying to say is, hey, by the way, it can take 1 more damage before lethal would be dealt to it and it would be destroyed. But damage that is dealt to it, it's still assigned, it's still dealt, but it does not reduce the creature's toughness. Again, the difference between technicality, between how people play the game and how the game actually works. What really happens is, this is a 4/4 creature. 3 damage has been dealt to it. I compare the 3 damage that it has taken to the 4 toughness that it has, and go, since the amount of damage that has been dealt to it is not at least equal to its toughness, the giant's still around. If I, on the other hand, use Fire Blast, well, now that's 4 damage, or Goblin Grenade, 5 damage. Well, now that's at least equal to the creature's toughness. That doesn't reduce the creature's toughness. Compare an effect like Immolation, which actually does, it boosts the creature's power, but reduces the creature's toughness. You put Immolation on a Bonebreaker Giant, it becomes a 6/2. It's not, 6 power with, it's not a 6/4 with 2 damage marked on it. It's a 6/2. So this is where they're talking about damage being marked on it. The damage that's marked on it is the damage that has been dealt to it that is being compared to its toughness. Its original wording is a lot clearer to most people. Ogre Enforcer cannot be destroyed by lethal damage unless a single source deals enough damage to destroy it. I.e., unless it's all coming from one source. That means it can block 3/3 creatures and 3/5s and whatever all day long and not care. You can throw like a dozen 2/2s in front of it and I'll just go, okay, don't care, I'll kill 2 of them. Next turn I'll kill 2 more. Next turn I'll kill 2 more. Anytime I want to stop, I'm good. One single thing has to deal 4 damage or more to it. Now that's assuming we're talking about, getting blown up from damage. Anything else that can get rid of it, it can still get blown up from, Wrath of God. It can still get blown up from being sacrificed, from Pillar Tomb of Aku. or you know, Dismember comes to mind, which gives -5/-5, etc., etc. It can still die to other methods. It can still get blown up. You know, it can still get exiled from Swords of Plowshares, Path to Exile, etc. It can still be returned to hand. Everything else still works. It's literally going to the graveyard because you've taken lethal damage. Did lethal damage come to you from a single source, or was it multiple sources split up? If a single source did it, bye. If it's a bunch of smaller stuff, nope, don't care. So, yeah, needs to see more play. Really needs to see more play. You know, people, I don't think the Soger gets enough respect. And it makes him sad. And this is why he's grumpy and acts the way he does. Yeah. If you want cards with weird abilities, especially that are, you know, this isn't in the color, you know, either this isn't in the game anymore, or this isn't in this color anymore, look at really old cards. If you want a really cool red card that can, it doesn't get the damage prevented, but it feels like the damage is prevented. Yeah, have fun with that. Hulking Cyclops. 5 mana for 5/5 can't block. Nowadays, it would just be a 5 mana 5/5. When you've got a relatively small creature, like the Fallen Ascari, that's a 2/2 that can't block. A 2/2 can't block. Fine, I guess I'll. Whatever. When you've got a 5/5 that can't block, that's a problem. Because, I mean, sure, it can attack really easy, but a 5/5 also stops a lot of stuff from being able to get through. And yeah, when a 5/5, which makes for a great stone wall, no comparison to, you know, Wall of Stone, which is I would also admit, you know, I would also point out is great for stopping stuff from being able to get through. Yeah. You can probably find better options even if you're playing Cyclops Tribal. Tower of Minotaur, on the other hand. 5 mana for a 3/3 with First Strike. Which removes First Strike from anything it ends up in combat with. What? Red is not known for taking abilities away from stuff. Taking abilities away is not generally a thing that like, you don't generally see it in the first place. And suddenly you're going, hey, by the way, I'm going to take your ability away, and I'm a red card. What? Yeah. Like, back in the day, for 1 less mana, you just had, for 1 red plus 3, you had a 3/3. For 1 extra mana, at common, I would point out, you have a 3/3 with first strike. That turns around, looks at other things that have got first strike and says, yeah, no, you can't have that. That's my toy. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. Yeah. Minotaur Tribal or not, needs to see more play. If I were to reconstruct Joven to be a different style of deck, Joven is my mono red commons only deck. If I were to rebuild this completely to be like a different style of deck, yeah, I would, yeah. This is one of those cards that I did not realize was a thing because it wasn't a category of card I was looking for. And now I want to find a home for it somewhere. I've got a bunch of decks I still have to come up with. What are you? You're just a Minotaur. Demir, Rakdos, Gruul. Alright, I might have to throw it into a normal deck. Throwing it into here would be hilarious. Mardu, I have to fix that up. Jeskai, maybe. Non-blue control. I could see that. I could also make an argument for putting in non-green. Okay. There's a few places I can put it. Again, needs to see more play. Tower Piper. All creatures with flying able to block this creature must do so. That's funny. Oh, is it Venom I'm thinking of? Whenever enchant creature blocks or becomes blocked by a non-wall creature, destroy the other creature. Yeah. Throw Venom on Tower Piper. This would be like the this is cockatrice. This is like build your own cockatrice. Except the Tower Piper is a ground creature. It's just such a weird card. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm saying it's weird. There's a huge, huge difference. I like this card. I think if I ever do build Minotaur Tribal, like Visions is going to give me some really interesting toys to play with. Kukas. 5 mana for a 3/5 trampling Djinn with fire breathing. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you don't control a creature named Keeper of Kukas, this deals 3 damage to you and attacks this turn if able. It has trample and it's got fire breathing. chances are if I'm playing this, I probably by the time I can activate it, I can probably activate it 3 or 4 times already. Probably 3. So I'm attacking with a 6/5 trample at that point. Oh yeah, Keeper Kukas. 1 red for a 1/1 goblin. You can pay red to give it protection from red till end of turn. Quick creature gets +1/+1, has all names of non-legendary creature cards in addition to its name. Oh, that's funny. +1/+1. This is not legendary either. So this with a spy kit equipped is a 4/6 trampling fire breathing creature whose upkeep doesn't matter because it counts, because of spy kit, it counts itself, it counts as a Keeper of Kukas itself. Oh, that's too funny. That's just wrong. Oh, that's too funny. Oh yeah, Soltafara. There's, I think, 3 or 4 cards that can stop people from playing lands as one shot. No. Just no. The problem with an effect like Soltafara, A, realistically, you have to do it like during their upkeep. But you don't know unless you use an effect like Glasses of Urza to be able to see their hand regularly. You don't know when they're going to be able to play land. But this doesn't, this stops them from playing lands. It doesn't stop them from putting lands into play. It just slows them down a turn, maybe. Playing lands can't be responded to. Yeah, honestly, playing there's like 3 or 4 cards that have this ability. Unless you just want to be annoying and just frustrate people without actually, like, most people would rather you run a card like Pillage or Stone Rain or One Vuli Acid Moss or something like that and just do the thing. Just stopping them from playing. The problem with stopping them from playing lands is it doesn't stop them from putting them into play by other means. You know, you've got Walking Atlas comes to mind. You know, which would completely, you know, Soltafara, shrug, don't care, I'll just put into the play this way. Or then you've got well, we're playing red, so no, you're playing red, so I don't care. You as in the person that's looking at Soul Tefara. You have an effect like this. This is an activated ability. Combine that with, you know, copy target activated or triggered ability you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. You combine that with Flooded Strand, and it's like, okay, so I'll pay 1 life, tap it, and I'll pay 1 life and 2 mana, tap and sack the Flood Strand, and tap the engine, and get 2 lands out of my deck. Which sounds like a lot, but it does jump you ahead, and the Lithoform engine only taps to do its thing. Soul Tefara, just don't. It's not worth it. Lightning Cloud. So, back when we covered Unlimited, Alpha Beta Unlimited, we had this cycle, which we'll go back to something a little more like what it actually said back then. Actually, here. Now let's go this one. So, 1 cast and cost artifact. Whenever a player casts a red spell, you may pay 1. If you do, you gain 1 life. Whenever a player casts a red spell, you may pay red. If you do, this enchantment deals 1 damage to any target. So 4 mana that can start zodding targets anytime somebody casts a red spell. You can basically use this to add, you know, red colon 1 damage to every spell you cast. I'm sure if you're trying to build some kind of red heavy storm combo deck, this is at least something that crosses your path. Here's the fun thing. This doesn't even have to be, you know, spells that deal damage, or, I mean, oh my god, it's a killer Komodo! Everybody run! I actually haven't built any. Well, I say I haven't built any. I haven't done any on stream for a while. Although, that being said, boop, I think I've sent you that link before. I have a bunch of decks that I've figured out. I think I'm down to about 13-ish left to at least figure out what I'm putting in. See this nice column here that says built? These are ones I've actually finished in paper. I now have all my monocolored, including colorless, commons only decks built. I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I finally finished mono green elves, which has a 3-card infinite combo in it. And my Azorius Advisor mill deck, I finally had to break down and proxy Everybody's got deck ideas for something. Every time a new set comes out, it's like, oh, I need to build a deck around that. Yeah. I finally, for this Azorius mill deck, I finally had to break down and proxy 3 cards. Because it is hard to find the last 3 cards. They're not even expensive cards. They're just hard to pin down. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, we know about... we know about, what's his name? We know about NG and his Nicol Bolas. His Nicol Bolas addiction. Oh yeah, if you want a fun card to throw into one of your Dwarf decks, look at this thing. For now. By the way, I think I've seen some of your stuff left behind in terms of decks. Actually, we're looking at red anyway. Let's pull this one up for a moment. Okay. Let's see if I can find them real quick. Because my big thing for wanting to be able to tap stuff, I normally want to be able to use this guy. Because it says whenever he becomes tapped, choose one of these 2 options. So I want to be able to tap him regularly. And let's see if I can find it. Oh! I don't see them in here. Alright. Let's go with a different... Let's try white. Actually, no. Let's go brown. Yeah. So this thing, which you should know about by now. In fact, one of the guys that the guy that I usually watch that streams Pauper on Saturdays, he looks at this as basically turning your, a creature that you just played that turn into a hasty Birds of Paradise. There's that, and there's a couple lands that have got a similar effect. Right, this one, which gets printed a few every so often. Oh no, that one's only got that one particular only has 2 printings. But there's that one, and then there's this. Oh wow, they both only have 2 printings, but they're basically the same thing as Springleaf Drum, except A, they're lands, but B, they also tap for colorless mana on their own. So, those are... Hey, so... Or should I say ciao? I still can't remember. Is it ISO or ESO? I feel like it's supposed to be the second one. Um, Esso is somebody I ran into in, well, that popper streamer that I just mentioned that I watch most Saturdays. I ran into him there, and then he started coming here, and it's like, okay, well, I know who you are. Here, be mod. Uh, and Killer Komodo used to live with me up until like a couple of months ago. Yeah, Elsa was mostly familiar with Popper stuff. He actually runs a Popper event on, or at least used to, I think he still do, on Tuesday nights. Well, Tuesday night for us. But he's Italian. Like, actually Italian, as in actually lives in Italy. How is Deluxe in tonight, or is he, or did he skip out this week? Oh, you're Czech. I apologize. Why did I get the feeling you were Italian? I do not know why I thought you were Italian. I had it in my brain that you were that you're from Italy. I apologize. Uh... Hmm. 4 a.m. right now. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Apparently apparently the internet thinks it's 4 a.m. for you, which is 6 hours, which feels about right. But yeah, Komodo kind of got dragged into playing Magic from like me and some other friends. She kind of got dragged into it, kicking and screaming, and now it's like, and her boyfriend plays, and yeah, her boyfriend's primary commander deck is based around Nicol Bolas. And now she's seen there's a new Yugen coming out in yeah. I don't think he knows how to build for kitchen table. I think he builds for like, I must defeat my enemies and all that jazz, you know. And so she's seen Yugen and coming out in the new set. It's like she needs to, she's like, I need to build a realm for this. What was it? TDM? Is it? Yeah. That -11 basically looks like I cast my entire deck. Unique equal prints. No? Did I do that wrong? Oh, include extras. You're not going to let me do this, are you? Fine. So if you don't care what version it is, Modern Horizons 3, the basic one is like 50 cents or so. And this version from Oath of the Gatewatch, actually the probably first 3 should be about maybe $1. Although knowing you, you're going to want like, you know, something fancy or whatever. You actually, maybe that one. Although you might want this one, I don't know. You're kind of weird like that. I was lucky I got a stack off of a stack of waste off of another former roommate. Aslath. I have no idea what Aslath is. Okay. Anyway, yeah, SO is, I was trying to ask earlier. Oh. Oh yeah, we were talking about that, yeah, this thing. We were talking about that when he was over. Any word on Deluxikov this tonight? Is he playing tonight or no? No. Oh wow. Anybody I recognize playing tonight? I still miss hearing about Dan. Rocker, don't know who that is. Any interesting decks? Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen anything? I'm presuming you saw about. I'm presuming. Also, I'm presuming you've seen the ban announcement. Komodo, have you seen the new ban announcement or no? Let's see if I can. You copy link. So as far as Pauper is concerned, this is the one that's got me most interested here. High Tide getting unbanned. When Magic Online and Pauper originally was two separate formats, kind of, because one went by what was available in paper and one went by what was available on Magic Online. And I think what I remember seeing was it was like 2016 where they merged the two together. And at that point, 3 cards that were available in paper were banned right out of the gate. High Tide, Hymn to Turak, and Sinkhole. Sinkhole was a common in Alpha, Beta, and Unlimited, and the other 2 were commons in Fallen Empires. A lot of the stuff that would make a High Tide deck really good in Pauper is already banned. Commander should be showing up. From what I understand, there should be a ban announcement sometime later this month. But High Tide, this is the first time High Tide has been legal to play in Pauper since they merged the 2 styles of the format. And some people are going to be like, yeah, well, there's nothing to do with it. You don't have Cloud of Fairies. You don't have Peregrine Drake. These are cards that when they come into play, you untap, some number of lands. Like the number of lands that they cost to cast. So Cloud of Fairies is a 2-mana 1/1 flyer that can only block flyers. But when it comes into play, you untap 2 lands. Peregrine Drake is a 5-mana 2/3 flyer. When it comes into play, yeah, I said that right? 5-mana 2/3 flyer. When it comes into play, you untap 5 lands. You add lands like Dimir Aqueduct that can tap for, one way or another, can tap for more than just 1 mana. Or you add lands that have got, say, Wild Growth or another similar effect. Some kind of aura on it that lets it essentially tap for more than 1 mana. And suddenly you can generate a lot of mana. But a lot of the cards that people want to play to do silly shenanigans with us are already banned. My point of view is, if it ends up being just, it's just a back Dark Ritual. Dark Ritual is still a really powerful effect in, it is still a really powerful effect in Pauper. So, yeah. But yeah. Like I said, expect sometime later this month, and I don't know when, but expect sometime later this month to be some kind of Commander announcement. Fine then, be that way. Where did I leave off? Lightning Cloud. But yeah. I don't know. I still think if you're playing a deck with Like, especially if you've got, like, Lightning, because Lightning Cloud is one of those cards where it's like, hey, by the way, I'm going to, Faithless Suiting. I'll pay an extra red mana and deal point damage to you. What? Wheel of Fortune. I'll pay an extra red mana and deal point damage to you. Like, this can easily, I can see this just randomly tossing it out an extra 5 or 10 points of damage a game easily. And heaven forbid you've got, oh, what's his name? Yeah, heaven forbid you've got this guy out. You know, if you've got this guy as your general, you add Lightning Cloud, that one damage to any target is suddenly going to turn into, you know, that's going to end up turning into like 4 damage to opponents easily. Song of Blood, what do you do? Mill 4. Whenever a creature attacks this turn, it gets +1/+0 till end of turn for each creature card put in your graveyard this way. For each creature card. You ideally want to be able to manipulate the top of your deck with this. I think it is not unreasonable to end up only getting +1/+0. I think it's unlikely you're going to get 0. And I think it's unlikely you're going to get 4. This feels like the kind of card that you want to put in your deck if you want a red self-mill card that will occasionally give you some kind of benefit. You want a red card to put cards in your graveyard. Hey, also, you think this could see any sort of actual play in, like, in Pauper? I don't. Like, the first thing that's going through my mind, and it's probably a terrible idea, is that sneaky snacker deck. Like, there's that mono red deck. So this does actually see some play then. I guess I shouldn't be completely surprised. You know, because being able to fill your graveyard and... Okay. Because being able to fill your graveyard for cheap. So that kind of deck would normally run... Let me think here. Cards like Burning Inquiry, right? I think it's Burning Inquiry and Goblin Lore and stuff of that nature. Draw cards, then discard cards at random. Am I misremembering things? MTG. Oh. When I just look at Goldfish. That's the wrong one. U. Popper. What's that deck that I'm thinking of? Or is it even on here? It's got, what do you call it? Maybe it had. I'm thinking it had Sneaky Snacker and Burning Inquiry in it. And I think I've seen that more than just Grogberg. Am I just... Is my brain just asleep because I'm looking at it under the wrong category? Or like it says it's like I think of it as a mono red deck, but it's actually like deck search. You. There's Popper. Sneaky Snacker. Search. Okay, yeah, because it shows up as a 4-color deck. Whoops. Yeah, this is realistically a black-red. This is realistically a Rakdos deck here. Actually, no. This is realistically... This is a mono-red... God, this feels weird. It's a mono... I've been wanting to build a mono-red Reanimator deck for Modern. This is realistically a mono-red Reanimator deck in Pauper, because you don't cast that, you dredge it. You don't cast that, you reanimate it. You don't cast that, you just get it jump back into play. That's the thing that you flash back. And that's just a dredger. So anything that's not red, you're never paying red mana for. Or sorry, you're never paying mana that's not red for it. And it looks like whoever this person is, Natalino Kerblanksy. Didn't we see them the other day on? I think I saw this name on Saturday during propaganda. This username looks familiar. Okay. Yeah, and this is just a mono red reanimator deck. For each creature card in your graveyard. 27 creature cards. Yeah. Four Neonates which sack themselves. 4 Mutts which sack themselves. Which one's the Gatekeeper? Oh, yeah, you're the, yeah, this is not unreasonable to end up with a giant stack of creatures in your yard. Also, I still say, I mean, I understand why, but I still say this looks like a low land count even for Pauper. And 20 feels like a lot. But to be fair, a lot of cards that people play in Pauper are only like 1 or 2 mana. But yeah, Song of Blood. Yeah, Song of Blood would not see... Song of Blood would not really see play in a deck like this. Because of... Literally, if it wasn't for Sneaky Snacker, you could probably find a reason to play Song of Blood. But a deck that runs Sneaky Snacker does not want Song of Blood. It wants Burning Inquiry, it wants Faithless Looting, it wants Cathar... It wants something like one of these guys instead. But if you're not building... First of all, if you're not building a graveyard deck, if you're building a graveyard deck and you're not playing Sneaky Snacker, I mean, my first question at that point is why? But if you're not playing Sneaky Snacker, Song of Blood makes more sense. But if you are building a graveyard-based deck, I feel like Sneaky Snacker is probably where you want to be. Goblin Swine Rider. So whenever it's blocked, it deals 2 damage. It basically deals 2 damage to every creature in combat. This feels like the kind of card that you want a Chroma's Memorial, so you don't care about your side. Either a Chroma's Memorial or Eldrazi Monument or something of that nature. To just... Oh, that's nice. So my creatures take damage? Okay, don't care. Oh, that would be funny. Oh, throw Basilisk Collar on this guy. Hit quick creature has death touch and lifelink. So 2 damage to each attacking creature and each blocking creature. Oh, that's nice. So that's 24 damage, and I'll gain 24 life, and all these creatures die? Yeah. Oh yeah, an effect like Goblin Swine Rider with a Basilisk color on it, that can get out of hand. Oh my gods. That can just get... that would almost be like Crypt Rats with... Crypt Rats, I think so. This is Visions, so... yeah, there it is. Yeah, the thing is, I'm trying to go through... I have this sorted by the least popular cards according to EDH Rec. And so I'm going through each individual color. And so, Crypt Rats, I mean, if we go to black, for the cards that are in Visions, for black cards, it's the third most popular. It's the third most popular black card out of Visions, behind Vampiric Tutor and Necromancy. But yeah, what was that? Yeah, I know, right? What was... ah, jeez. What do you code? Unexpected Things. That might be the one I'm thinking of. Unexpected Things. Return to action. I can see seeing play. Although, I wonder why... I mean, does Given a Violence see any play? Toxin Analysis, yeah. Does Given a Violence see any play that you know of? It feels like one of those cards that should end up being really good, but maybe it's just there's too much competition. By the way, guess what I did? I have stuffed crust pizza. One, two, three. But yeah, Goblin Swine Rider. I feel like a Goblin Swine Rider with frickin' Basilisk color is just going to be like, you know, another nuclear weapon. Keeper of Kukas. I on the previous row, and like I said, this is according to like what EDH Rec says is like the worst cards to the best cards in the set. I saw this. Oops. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you don't control a creature named Keeper of Kukas, this deals 3 damage to you and attacks this turn if Fable. Right? 5 mana, 3/5 trample with fire breathing. Spy Kit. A crit creature gets +1/+1 and has all names of non-legendary creature cards in addition to its name, which also means that whatever this is equipped to is also called Keeper of Kukas. So Kukas can also be a Keeper of Kukas if it's equipped with a Spy Kit. And now it's a 4/6 instead of a 3/5 with trample and fire breathing. It's not wrong to play Keeper of Kukas there, and protection from red will help in other places. You know, it'll survive things like Chain Reaction and Storm's Wrath and Blasphemous Act and Star of Extinction. Oh yeah, Heat Wave. Oh yeah. What was it I saw? There was a black card I came across back here. There. This thing, Aku Jin. Right? The beginning of your upkeep, put a +1 counter on each creature each opponent controls. I'm like, well, I don't want to be giving out counters to my opponent's creature. Yeah, welcome to Magic's ancient history, right? So I saw, you know, I don't want to be putting counters on my opponent's creatures. So then I went, well, hey look, Solemnity. Counters can't be put on creatures and other stuff. So now I'm looking at red, and my next card that I'm looking at for red is this, which has cumulative up. It's an enchantment. P.S. Solemnity also can't put counters on enchantments. At the beginning of your upkeep, put an Ange counter on this permanent, then sacrifice it unless you pay its upkeep cost for. So, if you have Solemnity in play, and then you play this, your first upkeep, you will try to put an Age counter on it, and can't. Then sacrifice it unless you pay its upkeep cost for each Age counter on it. Well, I'll pay 1 red per Age counter, but there's 0 Age counters, so I pay 0 red. Solemnity says screw you to a lot of things. Blue creatures can't block creatures you control. And non-blue ones only can if their controller pays 1 life per blocker. Yeah, Magic's ancient history had a lot of cards that turn around and like really screw over one particular color. But yeah, like he Heatwave feels like one of those cards that needs to see more play. It's like, I want to push through damage. Oh, you want to block? How much life are you willing to pay so you can actually block sufficiently? By the way, I have a lot of attackers. Like, Komodo, imagine this being thrown into like a Splinter Twin deck. Or, you know, something with a bunch of, I don't know, a bunch of dwarves in it. It's like, cool, I have 8 dwarves. I'm going to attack with all 8 dwarves. You want to block, you want to try and block them all? You're going to take 8 just for the ability to block. Because, you know, 1 each. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to apologize. I knew I put it in those kind of terms. You'd have an interest. Kiss Drake. This is a card I had looked at for when I was building my mono green control deck, because it is a green flyer. And my mono green control deck, I wanted to feel like an Esper control deck and beat down with flying creatures. And if I could find a green card to do a thing I was looking for instead of a colorless card, I would go to the green card, even if the green card was worse. This was on my radar because it's a green flyer. If you're not doing something like that, the only reason I would play Kiss Drake have you seen my Yu-Gi-Oh list that I've sketched out? That's this one here. I have traps. I have stuff that tries to be Exodia. I have gods. I have stuff to put stuff in a defense position. Apparently play restrictions are, you know, people can't play X kind of cards is a big thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! I have stuff that I can merge together to create something bigger. I have cards that let me play from exile because, you know, cards that get banished in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are a lot easier to get your hands on than cards that are exiled in Magic. I have creatures that can come into play face down. I have two Raigeki effects here. And then, oh yes, and my dual lands. It's time to I went very much on the I went very much on as much Yu-Gi-Oh-ness as I could come up with in a single deck. But it's a Magic deck. Oh yeah, and here's my general. And if they end up with enough stuff that's that get exiled because of her, they lose the game. I'm not apologizing. What's this? What do you mean attack around her? Oh, like on Magic Arena? I do not currently have that card in any of my deck lists. Yeah, this is a list of all the cards that I'm going to be looking at. I mean, a lot of which I already have. It's just this is stuff I'm going to need for various decks. Just so you've got an idea how big this list is, because this is, cards that I need for all of the decks that I've figured out so far. I have 1,359 individual cards. Assuming, like for example, Yavimaya Enchantress counts as one card. Even though there's two there. Yeah. Or like, how many Soul Rings do I need for the number of decks that I've sketched out so far? 9. But yeah, I don't have any decks yet that need Arena. But it's not completely unreasonable that I could throw it into like my mono blue ramp deck, which Komodo has played against, by the way. And she's like, I'm guessing her reaction to that is like, don't talk to me. What? I mean, to be fair, the last time I remember playing against you was that you were getting stuck on land, so that kind of wasn't fair. That wasn't you. That was your deck turning around and saying, "Screw you." That was your deck not wanting to listen. That was your deck failing to being Navi. Hey, listen! But yeah, this deck I could easily throw Arena into, because I actually do have some decent sized creatures in here. Illuge can end up actually being fairly big at some point. Star Whale is an 8/8. Trench Behemoth is a 7/7. I've got a few guys that have got landfall to give them. I've got these two guys that landfall make them bigger till end of turn. I've got Cosimo, which can get bigger when it comes in play Adventuring Gear. Sphinxamagosi. What? This one? So what's the difference? I am not seeing the difference between these two. 25, 35. So the one is going to be about $40. Oh, yeah. Derp. What do you mean, no? Set. Oh, there you are. Alright. Oh, wow. So there's a foil version that you can get from Face for $45. $45 for the foil and $55 for the regular one. You mean like that? Let me guess. You're doing this on your phone? A Blink deck and Rakdos. So, it's possible to build. It would generally be easier as a sacrifice and reanimate, but it's not impossible to build. You could also look at cards like Splinter Twin. Which kind of does the same sort of idea. You tap the creature that's enchanted with Splinter Twin to make a copy of what you want. And this way you get to reuse a come into play ability or relief play ability or whatever. Okay. Is it just the enter the battlefield that you care about? You don't care about the rest of it? Like, theoretically, if you threw Splinter Twin on your commander and you tap your commander to make a token copy of it, you still get the come into play ability. Because the token is coming into play. It's just then it'll die right away because you'll have two creatures that have got the same card names that are both legendary. So there's that way to do it. There are cards like Conjurer's Closet that would do what you're looking for as well. At the beginning of your end step, you may exile target creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under your control. It is harder to find actual blank cards, i.e. stuff along the lines of Eldrazi Displacer or Ephemerate or stuff of that nature in Rakdos. But you can often find colorless cards to do that sort of thing. Or again, if you care less, if you just want the ability to be able to be reused, you have cards like Splinter Twin. One of a friend of Komodo and mine has had, I don't know if he still has, but has had what he likes to call a Xerox deck, where it's cards like Mimic Vat. It's ETBs that overrides an opponent's creature effects with a generally negative one, so I just suffer creature that effect. Okay. What's the name of the card? And I'll pull up the card I'm... will point out though the new Deadpool. This thing. As it enters, you mean. Yeah, Komodo, I don't know if you heard, there's going to be a new secret lair drop for Deadpool this time. The other cards are fine. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, I still... Komodo, I still have that thing I picked up for you at the con. Hey, you should have come over and picked it up. Huh? Yeah, a little bit. It doesn't mean you couldn't have come down at least that high. And stuff. I blame Trump. I will blame him for everything. You know me. You know that's true. I will blame him for absolutely everything. Had a chocolate chip ice cream? It's his fault. Yeah, no, I heard. But yeah. Rakdos Blink? I think Rakdos Blink can work. It's just a matter of finding the right cards to make it work. And again, it depends on how you want to build it. It is not hard, for example, to build it as a sacrifice and reanimate deck. Play your general. And then once it dies, have it come back into play. Thing is, I'm not sure if so what I see from Deadpool in this context is you're basically playing him like a curse. As it enters, you may exchange his text box and other creatures. Oh man. Okay. Just for hilarity's sake. Yes. this is one of my favorite ancient cards. It's not a good card, but it's one of my favorite ancient cards. Because anyone that knows me knows I like weird cards that do weird things. This is a blue life gain card. So I'm suddenly imagining exchanging the text box of Merchant Ship with Deadpool. I feel like this wants to be... Well, no. I was going to say I feel like this wants to be Splinter Twin, but I'm not sure. Man. I don't think Blink is the kind of thing that this wants. I am not sure how a good way to build this would be. The problem is anything that's got a come into play ability, its ability will have already triggered by the time Deadpool shows up. Even if you try and do it with the ability on the stack, it's like, well, the ability is already triggered. So you're not going to get any come into play abilities. Yeah, but if they're your own creatures, why? I'm not saying don't. I'm just saying, like, what was the point of swapping text box between, Deadpool and Magda be? Oh, by the way, have you seen this thing yet? Tell me you've seen this by now. Although I wonder how many people might accidentally call this the Allspark. Well, no, because, well, if one person controls Deadpool and somebody else controls Magda. Because I thought you were saying, swapping them yourself, and I'm like, that's not going to make any difference. Right, but Komodo, if oh, okay, never mind. I think that being said, all you do is you find a way to, I don't know, evangelize Deadpool or something. Yeah, it's the easiest way to do that is to reanimate it. You know, have it die and reanimate. It's not going to be it's not the only way to do it. I wonder. Where are you? So Eldrazi Confluence could do it. Yeah. You can find some to do it. You could find some to do it in... You could find some to do it in Rakdos, but they'd largely be colorless cards unless you went through the graveyard. Yes. Anytime your commander goes from one zone to another, you can choose to put it into the command zone. Unless it's, unless it's going to the battlefield. But yeah. If it's leaving the battlefield and going to anywhere that's not the battlefield, basically, I think your hand is... I think if it's being returned to hand... No, I think if somebody's bouncing it back to your hand, you can send it back to your command zone, although you'd rarely want to. Because if it's in your hand, you're just paying its regular mana cost to not cost plus commander tax. What are the other ones? Okay. Nothing relevant. Yeah. There's not going to be, like we said, there's not going to be a lot of options unless you're going through the graveyard. If you're going through the graveyard, it's a lot easier. You get stuff like this to play with, for example. Which I really wish was a better card. But it's, as long as you're, Because the thing is, none of the cost itself is actually expensive. It's just the sacrificing a swamp every turn gets to add up after a while. Oh yeah, and there's the original art. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Stereonic Resonator, Lithoform Engine. You know, anything that can copy a activated ability. In this case, you're looking at activated ability of an enchantment, which is sometimes relevant. Not always, but sometimes. But, yeah, then you'll only have to pay the activation cost once. Oh no, Stereonic Resonator's triggered ability. Oh, what's the other one called? No, Illusionist. Rings of Bright Hearth. Whenever you activate ability, you may pay 2. Oh, with a blanking. Yeah. Sorry. I was thinking reanimate the reanimation. My brain went on its own tangent. Yeah, depends on the blinking that you've got. If you've got something like Conjurer's Closet that I had pulled up earlier, then Stereonic Resonator is going to help. Is that the checklist? Huh. Yeah, M14, that was his first printing, and that's the cheapest printing. Weird. Yeah. Again, Lithoform Engine would also let you copy. From a colorless source. So the Archaic you could get away with. Lithoform Engine you could get away with. Return to Favor you could get away with. Stereonic Resonator. From another legendary source. No. But you'd have 4 cards you could play in Rakdos that allow you to, 3 of which are colorless, so you can play those fairly easily. The Archaic is like a buck or 2. The Lithoform Engine is 7 US. Return to Favor would be a buck or 2. And Peregrine Dynamo would be like a buck or 2. So, in other words, most of which are not expensive. Apart from giving people headaches. So, here's the thing. Deadpool would have, as it enters the battlefield, you change its text box to that of something else. So let's say you change it to that of I don't know. Magda. Let's be fun. Magda Brazen Outlaw. So then, as far as the Deadpool that you've got in play in front of you is concerned, this is what its text box would be. So the Helm of the Host, as far as I can tell, the text box would be the same. Now, don't quote me on that, but I think that's how it would work. Because it copies... actually, you know what? Exactly what was printed on the original creature and nothing else. I think that what's printed on the original creature, I think that's what happens. Your best bet is to pop into a Magic Rules channel. Let me see if I can come up with... There. If you pop in there, the people there, so whoever answers a question in that room doesn't necessarily have to be a judge, but they shouldn't be answering unless they've got a good handle on the rules. And I have seen people who don't even have a judge level turn around and look at a judge who's been judging for decades. Judges are people. People are human. You know, people make mistakes. And basically go, are you sure that's how it works? Because I thought A, B, C, X, Y, Z. And the judge turns around and goes, oh shit, yeah, you know what? You're right. Forget what I just said. This guy who hasn't actually judged actually has a right. So, but if I need an answer to a rules question, that is where I go, because I can be sure that, like, people aren't going to jump in and say, well, no, you're wrong, unless somebody's actually wrong. You know, if nobody turns around, chances are really, really high whoever's answering the question, especially if it's... There's certain people whose answers I know I can trust others. Sure. Why do I have a feeling like we've come across this before? Why does this feel familiar? I do not know, but this feels familiar to me. But yeah. I don't feel like Wind Shear is going to be a really good card for Commander. Oh! Sorry. My brain just reprocessed what it does. Attacking creatures with flying get -2/-2 and lose flying until end of turn. So that means if you're trying to attack with a bunch of 5/5 flying creatures, like a bunch of 5/5 flying dragons, they're now a group of 3/3 grounded drakes that are going, what am I doing down here? And then the elephants and the dinosaurs and everything else are going, roar! Well then, that's an interesting card. I'm going to have to make a note of you. Where are you? Oh yes. Those are guys I've picked up. One of the decks I'm going to be working on is a 4-color non-blue control deck. I should put a copy of this in there. Nobody's going to turn around and expect me to go, hey, by the way, all your flyers are now grounded and they're now all smaller. Now I can eat them. Wait, what? Now I can eat them. Nom 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 nom. Yeah. I have this nice notepad. You know, I have Notepad++. Which is this thing. Which some of you know how, hopefully some of you know how, you can set up your browser so that when you close it, when you reopen your browser, it'll reopen with all the tabs that you had open when you last closed it. So if you've got if you close it and it had 5 tabs open, when you reopen it, it'll reopen those 5 tabs. Notepad++ lets me do that, but it's a text editor thing. I have a tab on my Notepad++ where I'm keeping track of cards that I have an interest in that I might want to get my hands on for something, and yeah, Wind Shear's now one of them. Because now my brain finally went, oh, that's what you do. I did not think it was an interesting card for a long time. Now my brain turns around and goes, oh, that's what you do. King Cheetah? Eh? A 3/2 with flash for 4 mana? If you find yourself and a friend being chased by a King Cheetah, you have but one chance. Trip your friend. Yeah. How often have you heard the thing about, what is it? Like, I don't have to outrun the zombies, I don't have to run faster than zombies, I just have to run faster than you. Or something of that effect. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll make a deck one of these days based on flavor text. Um, Bull Elephant. Thankfully, the lands, thankfully the lands here don't have to be tapped, or untapped, rather, I should say. Because some effects back, of this era want you to return untapped lands. Where's the blue ones? Like Waterspout Djinn. During your upkeep, return an untapped island you control to owner's hand. Fortunately, Bull Elephant doesn't care that they're, if they're tapped or untapped. Also, because the Yavimaya Cradle of Growth is a thing, if you have that in play, it's any 2 lands. This also allows for more landfall shenanigans. So, if you're looking for more stuff to keep your landfall enabled, maybe. Lycanthrope. Solemnity would just turn this into a 5-mana 5/5. Which makes it feel kinda bad. And especially in a multiplayer format where one person... No. Stop that. Winding Canyons. No. I'm not going to let you play Winding Canyons in your Deadpool deck. No, stop that. I mean, I didn't say that. You didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Warthog, on the other hand, is actually pretty decent. I mean, Komodo, if here. Format, EDH. I'm also going to add type them because I don't want to be dealing with stuff that does attractions and all that crap. So if I put those two together, it'll take anything that's legal in both. Legal in both, not legal in one but not the other, etc., etc. ID equals Rakdos. You could also turn around and say ID colon BR would also work. O colon O for Oracle text, i.e. what the modernized tech would say. It's probably not. That will probably pill it up. Oh no. As though they had flash. We're looking to cast Rakdos. Okay. So, Progenitors Icon, Vidalcan Orrery, Emergence Zone, and Winding Canyons. Those 4 would let you cast the Merc with a Mouth as though he had Flash. Is it? It's deck size. I've been trying all the 3 color combos that include red and blue. All I have to is this teamer. Well, my teamer deck, that's the wrong tab, is this one, which is Splinter Twin, which is based on the modern deck. And what it boils down to is Splinter Twin itself and anything that has a similar effect. And Pestermite, or anything that has a similar effect. Relevantly, Pestermite lets you untap the creatures that has Splinter Twin on it. It can also untap itself. So, one way to pull this off is you cast Pestermite at the end of your opponent's turn. And then on your turn, you cast Splinter Twin on Pestermite. You tap the Pestermite because of Splinter Twin, making a copy of Pestermite. The copy comes into play and untaps the original. You then tap that original, make another copy. Its coming to play comes in, you untap the original, and you keep going. And all these tokens, put a token that's a copy of this creature onto the battlefield. That token has haste, exile at the beginning of the next end step. You end up with an infinite number of tokens and attack for, attack. Oh, that's nice. You've got, 1,048,576 life. That's fine. I make a billion 73 million and some other number of tokens, and I just attack everybody. This is designed to do infinite combo shenanigans. There are other ways to build Teamer. It depends on how you want to build Teamer. I used to play Splinter Twin when it was in Modern years ago. So I kind of naturally gravitated towards the idea of trying to build it. Plus, I had been judging, and I got a copy of Riku of Two Reflections. I got it as a judge promo a few years back. So I'm like, okay, I should build that as my Teamer deck. There are other ways to build it. If there's one thing I have learned out of playing Magic, if there's one thing I've learned out of playing Magic, it's that if there is a deck idea that you want to do, there's going to be some way somehow to pull it off, regardless of what color combination you're playing. If you want to play Mono Blue Reanimator, it is possible. It's going to be difficult, but it's possible. If you want to build Mono Green Burn, it's possible. It's really difficult, but it's possible. If there is a deck idea that you have in mind, probably the first thing that you need to figure out is, what does the deck actually do? And how would the deck in the color scheme that you're looking at pull that off? You know, if I'm building Riku as a Reanimator deck, well, none of these three colors are good at bringing stuff back from the graveyard, but some of them can do it. Red and blue can bring back artifacts, so maybe I'm leaning more on artifact creatures coming back. You know, and both of them can get cards from my hand into the graveyard. Green can get back cards I can use. Eternal Witness or Timeless Witness and some kind of sack outlet and Genesis. Even if my sack outlet is something as simple as Ashnod's Altar. And every turn keep getting back a so do you remember the name of that blue card there was that blue Reanimator deck last year, I think, was that Deluxe was playing, and it had that blue spells that reanimated an artifact. Do you happen to remember what it was off the top of your head? Restoration? No. Reconstruction? I don't remember off the top of my head what it was called. It was a 4-drop, I know that. Argivian Restoration. And there's False Demise. Whenever enchant creature dies, return to the battlefield under your control. And then there's Fool's Demise, which does the same thing for 2 extra mana, but when the aura hits the graveyard, you get the aura back as well. So it's possible to build some kind of Reanimator deck off of off of Temur. Yeah, there's always ways to build any kind of deck that you're looking for. And you can build decks that don't care about combat. My Splinter Twin deck, you could add an effect like Impact Tremors. Whenever a creature you control enters, this enchantment deals 1 damage to each opponent. You generate 1 billion creatures and your opponents take 1 billion damage. You know, you never have to attack if you've got something like this to play with. You know, you add him and now you have to deal 1/4 as much damage because, you know, he turns around and says, hey, by the way, everything's dealing at least 4 non-combat damage instead of just 1 or 2 or whatever. So, if there's a deck idea that you want to, do, there's probably a way to build it. Ask Killer Komodo what she's seen from the kind of decks that I play. She's seen some of the weird stuff that I've got and has played against some of it, and it's like, how are you pulling that? I mean, the first half of what goes through her head is, I hate you and I hate that deck that you're playing. But probably in the back of her mind somewhere is like, how the hell is he finding a way to build this deck? This should not work. So, I don't know, Zero. Pick a deck concept and pick a deck concept that interests you. Don't worry about the color combination just yet, and take a look to see if there's some interesting way you can build it. That's where I would start. If you want to build a Teamer Mill deck, build Teamer Mill. You know, you want to build, what you can do is you can take a look at this list of decks. That link will get you to this page. Take a look at the list. Take a look at the list of decks that I've got here. If any of the ideas interest you, feel free to use that as a starting point. And again, ignore it. Just because I built it a certain way doesn't mean you have to. I saw a goldfish video. Last year or the year before. I think it was last year. And on Commander Clash, the 4 of them were playing. They were playing decks that were the wrong color, and Krim found a way somehow to play mono blue elves. How do you deal with consistency in Commander? So the one big thing about okay, let's pull my teamer list back up again for a second. I could go anywhere, but let's pull this back up for a sec. The thing about consistency in Commander is you really want, you know how since you're going to be more familiar with Pauper, you know how with a Pauper burn deck, you need to make sure you have enough aggressive creatures. You need to make sure you have enough lightning bolt style effects, and so on and so forth. You know, you probably want like a dozen 1-drops. You probably want, you know, a dozen lightning bolts, etc., etc. Commander is going to be doing the same thing. The big difference with Commander is because you can only play one copy of any given card, you're less looking for exactly this card and more a card with this effect. If you are looking for top of deck manipulation, you're only allowed one Brainstorm, but you've also got Ponder, you've also got Preordain, you've also got Serum Visions, you've also got Sensei's Divining Top, you've also got Soothsaying. Like, there's when you're looking at something that a color ends up getting a lot of, you end up finding a lot of interchangeable pieces fairly easily. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, Splinter Twin and Kiki Jiki are basically, I mean, they were even played in Modern together. So start there. Presence of God, you know yourself. You know, you throw that on something that can, something that's got a way to untap, and you generate a bunch. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, its backside is pretty much Kiki Jiki. I have Intruder Alarm in this deck. So, whenever a creature enters the battlefield, untap all creatures. So, Presence of God, I throw this on a creature. Intruder Alarm sees a creature comes into play, untaps the creature presence is on, plus everything else. So, I end up with a lot of duplication of effect. I've got 11 cards that are there just to make a bunch of token copies. I've got 17 cards that are there to untap my stuff. Splinter Twin, if I throw Splinter Twin on Battered Golem, I end up with an infinite number of 3/2 artifact creatures. You know, so there are ways to get around the what feels like inconsistency by looking for cards that you commonly want a bunch of cards that do the same general plan. You know, when it was still illegal, you could only run 4 Monastery Swiftspear. Well, if I want 8 hasty 1-drops, what else do I run? Okay, well, now I also have to run, was it Goblin Tomb Raider or whatever it's called? The 1/2 that if you control an artifact, it becomes a 2/2 with haste. Not only that, but depending on you and the groups that you play with, tutoring is actually a little more reasonable in Commander than it is in other formats. Hell, even my commons only mono green deck has got some tutoring available to it. I don't have a lot, but I have some. I've got... Where are you here? Where are you? Were you a 4-drop? I don't see you now. Am I completely drawing a blank on it? I don't see it, but there's one guy I have in here. Oh, there it is. Wirewood Herald. When it dies, I can tutor up an elf and put in my hand. So I've got that, and I have Shrine Steward to tutor up. In this case, I have that to tutor up Presence of God. So I have, because I do have a 3-card combo in here, as I think I've mentioned before. I know I've mentioned it a few times recently. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, okay. Yeah, so there's Devoted Druid. Combine that with Presence of God, which I'm sure you know about that. And where are you? Oh, there it is. And Ivy Lane Denizen. And I end up with an infinite number of, elves. I have since 2 of those are elves, I have Wirewood Herald to help me find one. And I have the Shrine Steward to help me find the enchantment. But this specific deck is low on tutoring. I personally tend to build my decks without much in terms of tutoring, but that's not always true. There's sometimes, you've seen yourself, I'm sure, card draw can compensate for lack of tutoring pretty easily, is the other thing. If you are drawing an extra card every turn, in 5 turns you've drawn 5 extra cards, which is, and in 10 turns you've drawn 10 extra cards. In 10 turns, that is a lot of extra cards. Chances are pretty good you have found an answer to what you need, or you found something that's useful to you. Altair was my first deck, and I tried building it because I thought it was too that I just could not get the attack through. Altair? Oh. red, white, black. Where do you? Oh, him. Because I could not find a way to get the attack trigger through guns. When he attacks, can I throw a silly idea at you for that? You've probably seen this card pop up enough times. Untap target attacking creature. Not target attacking creature and opponent controls or whatever. Gee, where have I heard that one before? Hey, Komodo? Whenever Altair attacks, so you attack with creatures, target abilities go on the stack, then people can respond to them and play stuff. Then blockers are declared. In that section, after attackers are declared and before blocking can be declared, you can Maze of Fifth your own Altair. And you'll still get the attack trigger. You just need the attack trigger. You don't need it to actually get. You don't need Altair to actually get through for damage. If you do want to get through for damage, he's a 3/3. So there's Rogue's Passage, which is the common one that everyone thinks of. There's also Access Tunnel, which as far as Altair is concerned, it's the same thing. So that's two ways already to make it unblockable. Yeah. So that's two ways to make them unblockable. Plus there's going to be a few ways to turn around and go, hey, I'm attacking. Suddenly I'm not attacking anymore, but I still got the attack trigger because it still got declared as an attacker. Yeah, you have ways around it. Hell, you're playing white. You can attack, and then with the attack trigger on the stack, you could flicker it. You know, hello, Eldrazi Displacer. How you doing? You can attack with it. You don't have to give your opponents the ability to block it. They can end up, you know, There are options available. Actually, what is an Assassin's Creed? Oh, that's cute. A lot of similar effects, but then the opponents just removed him until he couldn't pay for him. They always have front. Since he doesn't have haste. Oh, that's fine. So there's a couple of cards that I commonly fall back on, at least as mental shortcuts. And I'm not saying specifically these cards. I'm just saying these cards I always gravitate towards because they always answer a problem I have. And the first two that come to mind for this kind of situation are Akroma's Memorial. Now, you are playing red and you are playing white, so having to play this card is much less quote-unquote necessary. I was lucky to pick this card up when Time's Power Remastered came out at about a third of the price it's going for now. But this gives all your creatures relevantly here haste, protection from black, protection from red. Red and black are going to want to remove a lot of stuff. So at this point, the only things that you might have to concern yourself with would be, realistically, probably white. Although for spot removal, I would be looking at black and white first. You also have Eldrazi Monument, which gives your guys indestructible. You also get a lot of people playing cards like Swiftfoot Boots, which stops your opponents from being able to target your cards like Swiftfoot Boots. See a lot of play in Commander because they protect your general and allow your general to come out, and if it needs to attack or whatever, it can do that now, but more so than anything else, it protects your general. Swiftfoot Boots, Whisper Silk Cloak, I believe, also falls under that. Nope. Oh yeah. Can't be blocked and has Shroud. So this is, for this card specifically, does two things that you're looking for. Again, protects your general. And in the case of what's his name? Oh yeah, in the case of Altair, makes him unblockable, which is, you have an attack trigger, that's a thing you're going to want. You also have, and this is more common in red out of these, you also have the ability to play spells that change the targets of effects. Yeah, partly depends on the kind of deck that you're playing. If you're building around your general, obviously you're going to want those cards. As in, if your general is an actual important part of your deck. My Teamer deck, for example, while it's built because of that, if I don't have Riku out, I don't have Riku out. It's not a big deal. My mono blue ramp deck, if I don't have that Adele out, I don't have that Adele out. It's not a big deal. But when I get to building my mono red deck, and I'm playing Squee Goblin Nabob, and I want to load them up with auras. Yeah, you heard me right. It's a mono red deck that wants to attack with a creature loaded up with auras. Yeah, I would want stuff like Swiftfoot Boots in, but I don't want equipment in that deck, which makes things a little more difficult. But that's a restriction I threw into the deck myself. But yeah, being able to change the target. Sort by color. Captured by the consulate. Enchant creature can't attack. Enchant creature you don't control. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, if it has a single target, change the target to enchant creature if able. Imp's Mischief. Change target of target spell with a single target. So somebody's trying to go terminate. Okay. No, it goes over here. Are you talking about so-called keyword soup decks? Like something like this? Or are you talking about here's a specific keyword and I want to build around that? Because the answer to both is yes, but it depends on what you're trying to get out of it. Okay, so yes, but it ends up being like one of the many decks I'm working on. My green-blue deck is unblockable. There are, like, the list of cards I'm trying to get through tonight is largely out of Mirage and Vision. You know, Mirage was last week, Visions is this week. There's a lot of cards that have got phasing. It is not unreasonable to build a deck based around phasing. You know, phase out a bunch of your stuff, you know, at the best time that you can. And then while your stuff is phased out, that's when you cast your Wrath of God effects or whatever. You wipe the board, then your stuff phases back in, and you go, cool, now I can attack people again. I feel like any ability that gives you extra use of your creatures, there's going to be somebody who's built a deck around it. Encore, or what's that one that's in there's Encore, there's Escape. I can see the card and I can't think of it. No. Nope. Alright, fine. I'll find the card. It's an artifact creature. Unearth. Unearth is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, being able to build her, like, basically any keyword that gets you, like I said, gets you extra uses out of your creatures or other spells. There's gonna be somebody wants to build a deck around that. So I think it's really easy to turn around and say yes. There are people that do it. Actually, technically speaking, equip would also fall into that. So we want to build an equipment deck. Yeah, that's the thing. It is less likely to find people building around combat-based ones. Although that being said, first strike or double strike is a thing. You've also got things like infect. There's enough keywords. If you went through the list of keywords, you could go, maybe not, maybe not. Oh yeah, I'm sure somebody's built around that. Meh. Oh, that looks fun. I need to try that one. But yeah, there's enough keywords out there that I'm sure if you tried hard enough, you could find somebody has built a deck that's based around, any of them. Oh, by the way, Komodo, did you ever see the text message I sent you the other day when you were in the car with Halen? Boop. It wasn't important. I was just wondering if you ever actually saw it. Oh, on Friday. Yeah, you were on your way down here. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, Halen and I were talking a little, and something came up, and apparently something didn't get mentioned, so I sent you a message. But I'm guessing you were probably on Discord. No, on Friday? Text message. Would have been text, wouldn't have been over Discord or whatever, or Facebook. Actual text message. What? What? I'm innocent. I don't know what you're going to know about. No? I think I made a comment about, you guys maybe stopping at McDonald's. Like, you might end up stopping by McDonald's on the way down or whatever. I.e., I wasn't asking you to. I was just... And he made a comment about you hadn't... What was it? You hadn't said anything about, being hungry or something like that. I forget exactly what it does. So I just messaged that to you and I was like... But yeah. Actually, you know what? Swamp Walk. That would be an interesting thing to try and build a deck around. There are 15 cards that have Swamp Walk that are not black. And they are all green and white. 2 of them have a black color identity. And then Urborg, the original Urborg, can actually remove Swamp Walk, which is hilarious. I wonder if I grabbed Urborg so I could remove Swamp Walk from... I'm thinking I may have done that so I could remove Swamp Walk from, like, Shield Dread Whispering one. Not that I was expecting to have to, but it could be a thing. Anyway, chicky nuggies, chicky nuggies, chicky nuggies. Okay, they're not chicky nuggies. They're chicky wingies. But yeah, I feel like Warthog could be playable. Sort by mana value. It's a 3/2 for 3. Yeah, if you want bigger than a 3/2, you have to go to 4. No worries, Zero. I don't know if you saw I think there should be a link in the channel description for the Discord, I think. You could always pop in there, and I can't say if there's going to always be somebody in there to help, but if you have an idea that comes up, you're like, is this going to be any good? Hopefully somebody will be able to come back and tell you something. You know, you don't necessarily have to wait for, for Tuesdays. Just ask a question. Although Tuesdays you might get the answer back sooner, but yeah, I think if you want a reasonably priced creature with Swamp Walk, Warthog is not actually terror bad, especially if you're not playing black. Interesting. Feral Instinct, I'm sure you can do better than Feral Instinct for... If Rhino's head is lower than its shoulders, trust me, it is not praying. Yeah, if you want a cantripping giant growth effect, I think you can do better than Feral Instinct. Giant Caterpillar? I certainly considered putting this deck in. Like in my mono green deck that's like beats down with flying creatures, which nowadays the actual beating down is actually reasonable. I know I considered this card, and I decided against it just because realistically you'd end up paying 5 mana for a 1/1 flyer. However, if you are looking for some kind of oh no, I don't know. Can you? What am I doing for Naya? We didn't start the Naya. Oh yeah, Dino Ramp, Dino Ramp. Do I ask what your deck is going to be? Yeah, if you're trying to build some kind of green aristocrats deck, I mean, but it's not May, it's only April. Yes, I'm a terrible person. I mean, I hear dumb Naya deck, and my brain assumes it's going to be some kind of aggro deck. Whether that's what it actually is or not, I don't know. But that's my automatic brainy, cranial assumption. Spider Climb. Okay, Spider Climb feels like one of those cards that you throw into... Spider Climb feels like one of those cards you throw into a Toughness Matters deck. if you're doing that, suddenly, you know, at worst, it's basically a giant growth effect that also gives reach, which is pretty good for a single green. And if you're building toughness, I mean, anytime you build toughness matters. Anything that gives like a huge bonus to toughness is just, well, literally huge. Also tends to want a card like this. You know, 1 to cast, 3 to equip, +0/+6. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm dealing damage based on my toughness, so that's actually +6/+6. I apologize. Well, not really, but I'll say it anyway. 1, 2, 3. Catabatic wins. This is basically arrest on all flyers for 3 mana. Every other turn. Was almost an all creatures are living weapons. Oh god. Okay. Yep. When it enters, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to it. When it attacks, draw a card for each equipped attacking creature you control. I mean, that is cute. The funny thing is, because you be playing red and white, you get access to Stoneforge Mystic, and there's a couple of larger Stoneforge Mystic tech cards. Stonehewer Giant. I think Godo also fetches up equipment. You also have Pure Steel Paladin and Brass Squire and Sigarda's Aid available to cheat on equip costs. There's you could look into like a Boros equipment list as a conceptual, like as a starting point. The green might give you some additional equipment that you might want access to. Like Behemoth Sledge. I don't know if there's... Oh yeah. Oh, I get that. My mono red aura stack. This one. Whoops. That. So, I've got my general. I've got 1, 2 plus 5, so 7, 8, 9, 10. I've only got I've only got 10 actual creatures in my deck. But for pump, I've got, well, there's 7. Eight, 9, 10, 11. 11 and 12 is 23. So I've got like twice. I've got at least twice as much. I've got at least twice as much pump as I do creatures. And so, depending on how you build yours, I would not be surprised to see a similar kind of ratio. The first step is, what equipment are there that you want to play? And to be fair, there's a lot of really good equipment. It depends on how you want to build it. You could build with, oh Jesus Christ, Superstar, what do you call it? Oh, there's oh, I can see it. There's Argentum armor. Although, you say you want to play with Living Weapon, so okay. Actually, I'm going to tweak this slightly. Because they both have similar effects. So, Batterbone and Batterskull, you're probably going to want to play both. Bitterthorn you're going to want. Yep. Bladehold Warwhip. Oh, that's the other one. I forgot reconfigure was also a thing. Sort by color. There we go. Cloudsteel Quirion you're going to want in a deck like that. Glimmerlands. Oh! Hexgold Hoverwings, giving your equipped creatures an additional +1 power is nice. Kemba's Banner partly depends on how many creatures you've actually gotten there. Mandibular Kite, Bronze Plate Boar would be fun. Dragon Wing Glider, +2/+2 in flying and haste. Lizard Blades is always, an effect like Lizard Blades is always fun. Or deals combat, you may sacrifice if you do. Oh, okay. Rabbit Battery. Huh. Rabbit Battery's funny. Colossal Dragon Mask. Silva Battle Chair. God, that sounds funny. When it attacks, add an amount of green equal to its power. That could be a lot of mana. Equip abilities of other equipment cost 1 less to activate. That might be worth considering. Batterbone, Batterskull, Bitterthorn. Bonehorde can get really huge because this is a multiplayer format. If you assume everyone's got like 2 creature cards in their graveyard, suddenly that's +8/+8. I don't think so necessarily. You know, there are a couple of other cards that let you just move equipment, and I don't mean like Brass Squire. Because you're going to want Nettlesis potentially. Oh, Scytheclaw. Deals combat damage to player, they lose half their life rounded up. You're going to want something more than just your general. Because if there's one type of card that I always like to recommend to people, it's something along the lines of Arrest or Lignify or something of that nature, i.e. something that can basically shut down and I think I've mentioned this to you while you were here in the chat before, something that can shut down a general from being able to do its job without necessarily getting it off the board, because if you get off the board, fine, it might take a couple extra turns, but they can just recast it. If if it's, for example, pardon me, if, for example, it's been imprisoned in the moon, well, now you have to find another way to get rid of this before you can get your general back, or blow up your general yourself. And so, you know, you do this, and then suddenly all of that equipment would fall off of Cloud, because it's no longer Cloud is no longer a creature, it's now a land. And so all the equipment falls off, and if it's got Living Weapon, okay, but it got moved over to Cloud, so the germ tokens are gone. Any that have 4 Mirrodin, well, the 2/2 token is hopefully still around. And any that have Reconfigure, well, when they quote-unquote fall off, they go back to being creatures themselves. But any that have Living Weapon are just, they're stuck. So this is also part of why I'm looking at cards like these in addition to just Living Weapon. But then you also want cards that can also carry the equipment. Now, you could take Lizard Blades as a creature and then throw, the Hexblade Wallbreaker, equip that to the Lizard Blades, and that still gives you something to work with. But barring that, other creatures that are good at carrying equipment, again, I would recommend looking at Boros equipment decks as a starting point, see if there's anything there that interests you. You're going to want something else. You're going to want a few other creatures that are in there specifically to carry equipment. Oh, what's her name? Kembakar Regent comes to mind. At the beginning of her upkeep, you make a 2/2 token for each equipment she's wearing. You know. So, she's okay for carrying equipment, but yeah. Good night, also. Maybe see you Saturday. Maybe see you next week. She's okay at carrying equipment, but what she does is she creates her own. I guess you could say, yeah. She creates her own pride. And once that spreads out, now you've got other creatures that can carry equipment, even if Kemba doesn't last long. Cloud Planets Champion. As long as it's equipped, it has double strike and indestructible. Equip abilities. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you could. You could run the X-Soldier as your general, and then have Planets Champion in your, in your 99. I think it's Bruenor. Bruenor Battlehammer is good in an equipment deck, especially when some of your equipment has got a high equip cost, like the Argentum armor I pointed out earlier. It's got an equip cost of 6. So there are options. But yeah, like I said, look into Boros equipment decks as a starting point. You're going to be running a third color because you've already made the decision you want to build around Cloud. Okay, so you want to build around Cloud. What do I want to throw into it? What does green offer me in this case? There's some equipment that I saw that would be interesting. Does green give anything to help with activated abilities? Of creatures. Activate abilities of lands. don't really see anything there. Okay. So, my comment on that statement is that you don't need green for ramp. In fact, Komodo's going to hate me because she's played against my mono blue ramp deck before. But it is like, blue is probably the color that people least expect any sort of green style ramp to come out of, and you can build it in green. Now some of that does rely on artifacts, but red and white do also have that kind of capability. It's not as good, it's not necessarily as good as what you get out of white, but it's not terrible. Let's see if I can find you here. Magic. I think you were under deck ideas. Yeah. Let me just... No, you don't. So, some time ago, I had been working, and I never finished the green one because green was a bit too easy. But I was coming up with here's a monocolor deck for each color that ramps, where, and the plan was basic land type matters. And this looks like the least number of basic lands of the appropriate type that I had. And 47, so 46. So that's 14. My lowest was 14 mountains. All the way up to like 21 swamps. And so what I did, for example, was Alpine Guide comes into play. You fetch a basic mountain. Well, at least play, you sack one. But I've got a Panharmonicon in here, so that I can fetch 2 mountains when Alpine Guide comes into play. Geomancer's Gambit and Cleansing Wildfire. When you cast them, you blow up a non-basic land. Well, I've got 8 indestructible lands here. You blow up a non-basic, and then its controller fetches a basic out. So there's ramp there. There and back again. I don't remember how exactly that one worked. Right, Chapter 2, search for basic mountain put in play, and then Chapter 3, when it dies you get 14 treasures. But more relevantly, it was the Chapter 2 bit. Panharmonicon combined with Conjurer's Closet. Granite Grip gave a power boost on based on number of forests or number of mountains I controlled. Brash Taunter, Indestructible Fighter, Basilisk Collar, Koth of the Hammer dealt damage based on mountains, I think. Cloudfire Resistance, I forget what that did. Blasphemous Act. Spawn of Thraxes was also mountain based. Deals damage to any target equal the number of mountains you control. And the white one, Core Cartographer, Night of the White Orchid, Scholar of New Horizons, Fetch Basics, Restoration of Viganjo, I think grabbed a basic planes and put in your hand. Armored Ascension gave a size boost equal to the number of fours you control. I think Quarry Colossus was equal to the number of planes you control. Lay Down Arms could remove something based on how many planes you controlled. Shang Shou redirected damage to any target. Evangelize steals things off of people with buyback. Charge Across the Araba gives your creatures, I think, +1/+1 for each planes you return back to your hand. And then, oh yeah, I had the Dark Depths. I have Dark Depths in here because why not? And a Mirror of the Sky Ruin. Just, I'm running enough planes, I can reanimate stuff with it. Had to run Wayfarer's Baubles for a couple of these to fetch, for land fetching, especially the blue one. Actually, no, especially black, because black was harder to find stuff to actually fetch basics out of. But yeah. But there are ways to get yourself ahead in basics, or to get yourself in lands anyway, in Boros, without having to rely on going to green. I'm not saying you can't use green ramp. I'm just personally not sold on green ramp being a necessary addition to be able to do that. You can run enough artifact mana, you can run effects like Ornithopter of Paradise, Exploration Map puts it in your hand. Burnished Heart ends up in a handful of my decks because you can sack it to put lands into play. 3 this turn to cast it, but it's a 2/2, so that's not completely unreasonable. And then 3 and sack it to get 2 more lands out. You've got, what the hell are you called? Mycosynth Wellspring. That's what it was. Okay, the Wellspring puts it in your hand. But having a land in your hand, that gives you... Oh, no. There's also one of my favorite routes, and that's Scare Tiller, plus some way to tap it. And I like to go, as I was talking to Komodo earlier, there's Springleaf Drum, and there's a couple of lands that have a similar effect. So giving Scare Tiller a way to tap without having to use, without having to attack with it. And in this case, combining it with something like the Capenna auto sack lands. Let's see if I can... Actually, did I run any of them in here? Yeah, I did. Something like Maestro's Theater. When it enters, sack it. When you do, search for a basic island, swamp, or mountain, put in play, then shuffle. And gain a life. Scaretiller gets the land out of your graveyard, direct line of play. Comes out of play tapped. This cycle doesn't care if it comes out of play tapped or not. It comes into play, it dies right away, but you fetch a basic out of your deck. And Scaretiller is a common. And one of those cards that, because if I'm building a deck out of nothing but commons, I can't play Soul Ring. And so therefore I've got to find a way to compensate. And Scaretiller does a pretty good job when when you're throwing things like Scaretiller plus the auto sack lands works really well to compensate for that. Urza's Cave. You can combine Urza's Cave with some other way to duplicate the activated ability. Like, there are a bunch of ways to, even if you want to go, strictly colorless to accelerate your mana, even by fetching lands one way or another. So I'm not trying to tell you don't run green. What I personally see is does green give you, apart from running your general, does green give you something that is worth playing other than ramp? And I'm not saying it doesn't. There are times when it most definitely does. Cards like Aura Shards are absolutely brutal against some decks. Catabatic Winds, which is on my screen right now. It's a green card that pretty much, every other turn, it's going to stop flying creatures from doing anything. They can't attack, they can't block, and they can't use any activated abilities with tap in their cost, which is a lot of the activated abilities. In fact, green, white, and red combined actually have a decent number of counter spells that can stop a surprising number of things. Green also gives you access to Beast Within. So you can play with Beast Within and Generous Gift. 2 cards that will blow up any permanent. Oh look, you get a 3/3 instead. Oh well. Nice 8/8 demon that you've got there. I don't like it. Turned into a 3/3 elephant instead. What? So yeah, I'm not saying don't play green. I'm saying that in my personal opinion, and most importantly, this is not my deck. This is your deck. If you disagree with me for whatever reason, this is your deck. It is your call how you want to build your deck. I am not going to tell you how you should build your deck. I have recommendations that I might make, but it is your deck. Build it in a way that you are happy with. My personal opinion is that playing green just for the ramp is not enough to make me want to play green. But there are cards that are going to be in a deck that suits what you're trying to build that involve green. Sometimes it's mono green, sometimes it's green white, sometimes it's green red. Sometimes it's a card that's all three colors. Actually, Night Charm. What do? 3 damage to target creature. Return target card from a graveyard to its owner's hand. Tap all creatures target player controls. Most times that you would use one of the... You wouldn't use the first, like in Commander. You wouldn't use the first mode, but the second and third are really solid. You can't play this unless you're playing green. And the 3 damage target creature, once in a while that will come up. Sometimes it's just enough to help kill off, somebody else's creature. Or sometimes you've got Stuffy Doll sitting out and you're like, no, I'm going to use a burn spell to kill you. What? Yeah. It's taking 3, so that means you're taking 3. But Komodo often ends up coming to me or some of her other friends and saying, I don't know what to put in this deck. We'll make suggestions, but at the end of the day, it is her deck. And if she doesn't like some of the suggestions that we've made and find it doesn't work for her playstyle, who am I to turn around and tell her, well, no, you can't. You have to change you have to keep your deck the way it is. No, you have to change no. She should be able to build the deck in a way that suits how she plays. And if cards that I suggested she cut because they don't do a thing that she needs in that deck, and she tries it out and she finds that, you know what, I actually want this ability in my deck, then put those cards in. Anyway, where am I? Cataback wins. But yeah, like I said, Cataback wins, basically shutting down flyers. Cataback wins. Shutting down flyers every other turn since 1996. Did I actually put you in or not? Nope. Make a note of you. Mortal Wound. Oh, Mortal Wound. Whenever enchant creature is dealt damage, destroy it. In other words, against this thing, All creatures have death touch. All sources have death touch against us. Yeah. You want to turn around and go, yeah, this thing needs to be a target? You play Mortal Wounds. You go, here. If somebody can deal with this thing, kill it, please. Yeah. Stampeding Wildebeest. 4 mana for 5/4 trample, which sounds about on par nowadays. At the beginning of your upkeep, return a green creature you control to its owner's hand. There's a lot of green creatures that have got good come into play abilities. Sometimes it's as simple as, hey, by the way, I come into play and I make a token. Or Jewel Thief is a really scarily good, in my opinion, green creature. And like this thing, literally every turn, it's going to go, hey, by the way, make another token, make another token, make another token. And if you can give this thing haste, like you play Concordant Crossroads, let's say. Cool. Vigilance, trample, return back every turn, make another. Yeah. Just sit there and slowly generate tokens every turn. Alright, let's go through these before I forget. 16, I can probably get through these all fairly quickly. Scalebane's Elite, 5 mana for 4/4 protection from black. Honestly, like for the kind of deck that Zero was talking about, if you just want a cheap body to carry equipment, this is not bad, and it will dodge a decent amount of hate because it's multicolored, which is actually relevant for some effects. A 4/4 means it survives a surprising number of things, and it's got protection from black. This, if you're in the market for building an inexpensive deck, Scalebane's Elite is actually pretty decent and can carry a lot of equipment pretty well. Tempest Drake, 3 mana for 2/2 Flying Vigilance. Honestly, like nowadays, you should be able to cut the colorless mana off that easily. In fact, there are cards. There's at least one that I can think of, and that's Giada. I can't remember her subtitle. Giada, Font of Hope. And, she's a 2/2. She's basically she's the same size. She taps for white. She makes angels enter with additional counters on it. Yeah, she's a legendary creature, but still. Compare that to this, and it's like, part of that also comes from 25 years, game time in between. But, yeah. I think even back then I felt like white-blue probably would have been enough. Firestorm Hellkite, 6 mana for 6/6 Flying Trample, which sounds great, and then you see cumulative upkeep of red-blue. If this had haste, I would be so much more into it, because then you could try and get at least the first 6 damage in. Realistically speaking, I expect this to stay around for 2 turns, maybe 3. Assuming you get to cast it relatively on curve. Assuming you're playing red-blue. On your first upkeep, you've cast it for red-blue plus 4. So on your first upkeep, you should be able to handle the red-blue. On the second upkeep, if you were short a red mana, you probably have that red mana by then. By another turn, or probably by that turn. If you're short the blue mana, you probably have the blue mana by then, so you're probably okay. And not completely unreasonable that you'll have, that you can do 3 of each, but I don't expect this to last more than, I expect first upkeep I can pay for it, second upkeep I can pay for it, third upkeep it's probably dying. Unless I can do some kind of manipulation. Again, just say Heart of Oceans as an example. That being said, it is a 6/6 flying trample for 6, so nothing to sneeze at. Suleiman's Legacy. When this enchantment enters, destroy all djinns and Ifrits. They can't be regenerated. Whenever a djinn or Ifrit enters, destroy it. It can't be regenerated. So, again, don't be afraid. You're playing red-white. Don't be afraid to grab a copy of this and slip it into your deck, because at some point somebody is going to end up playing a card like Changeling Outcast or Masked Vandal or Mirror Entity or whatever, and you turn around and go, oh, you have all creature types. Bye. What do you mean bye? Bye. Huh? Suleiman's Legacy. Kill it. But it's a djinn and an Ifrit. Bye. Oh. The Ashinovan Dragon. Again, the only reason to play Spitting Drake, in my opinion, is to create the Viashevan. Kisku Drake, you've got slightly more reason, and that's if you're building, a deck with a bunch of green flying creatures. I would say, depending on how many green flyers you're running, pardon me, I would say, depending on how many green flyers you're running, this is not unreasonable. But the Ashinovan Dragon is just so much better than either one. And yet, sort by mana value. It is a 6 mana 4/4 with fire breathing for red and toughness breathing for white, or for green rather. Harbinger of the Hunt I'd probably play first. Oh, Thrakus the Butcher would be fun. Your 7 mana, your 6 mana. Atarka World Render. Atarka World Render I would play over VS7, and actually, for specifically Gruul Dragons, VS7 Dragon is actually not bad. It may not be the best, but for dragons that are exactly, red-green, it is not bad. Out of 11, I might rank it around the middle of the pack. Okay. Which feels weird, but okay. Teferi's Honor Guard. The one white card that didn't actually make it in the mono white section because it's got a blue activated ability. 3 mana for 2/2 flanking, and double blue to phase it out. Again, so you're still having to play, you're now playing white blue, and you're playing white blue. You use that phasing out to go, cool, now that it's phased out, pop goes the world. Wait, what? Or, protection from combat damage not happening the way you expected or something. If you're playing, honestly, here's the thing, I would be looking at if I'm playing knights or if I'm playing a white-blue deck, white-blue X. So, so it might be straight white-blue, it might be white-blue plus something else, or many something else's, and I want to play Trixie. If I'm playing white-blue, possibly with other colors, and I'm playing knights, I'm looking at this wondering, can I make use of this somehow? Simoon. Red-green, instant, 1 damage to each creature target opponent controls. In fact, I am looking at the wording on that. Simoon deals 1 damage to each creature target opponent controls. The Oracle text and the card text is identical on this one, which, considering the age of the card, that's actually pretty good, because a lot of cards don't do that. It might be playable, but it's gonna be hard. I think this boils down to how well you know your group. You got that card. You got Simoon? Yeah, Simoon is a strange card. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad card. This is one of those cards that makes me feel like I want to be metagaming against my local play group, and less against a specific player and more are people. Yep. This Simoon feels to me like is somebody And I don't mean a specific somebody. I mean, just there's a few of us that get together for Commander. Are one of the other players likely to be playing some kind of token strategy? It doesn't have to be a particular person. Just is somebody likely to be playing saplings or goblins or elves might. Yeah, exactly. It's a 1/1 token. The thing is, it's also not just necessarily tokens. Mir don't really have a lord, and they're commonly 1/1s. So that's another option. Anything that... Yep. Although, the mana generators are generally elves, and elves generally have lords. Flyers depends. Because dragons, demons, angels are all common creature types that typically fly. Although if it's not that, if you're looking at fairies, for example, then yeah, that's a pretty easy call and go, hey, by the way, hey, fairies, lose like three quarters of you guys. So, yep. Well, you don't act. As I was mentioning earlier in my stream tonight, you don't weaken the creature specifically, because certain games like Magic Arena make it look like if you've got a 4/4 creature and somebody deals 3 damage to it. True. If you've got a 4/4 creature and somebody deals 3 damage to it, Magic Arena makes it look like that suddenly becomes a 4/1 creature till end of turn. It's not. It's a 4/4 creature that's taken 3 damage. This is not necessarily the same thing. Compare it to something that says, hey, by the way, this creature gets like -3/-3 till end of turn. Okay, now it actually is a 1/1. So, yeah. Again, differences between how people understand the game plays versus how the rules say the game plays. And mental shortcuts versus actual reality. Shocklands run into that a lot. Guiding Spirit. Yay! Guiding Spirit. Oh, this is an unusual one. I do not remember seeing this one before. 1 blue, 1 white, 1 other for a 1/2 flying angel spirit. Tap. If the top card of target player's graveyard is a creature card, put that card on top of that player's library. Huh. So this reanimates without reanimating it, because it puts it back on top of it. Sorry, you said Zedru. Have you ever seen I think the original site it was on was called Magic Lampoon. And there was the entire thing about it is the will of Zedru. So, what I would recommend for something like that is there is a website that I use this site cautiously. I'm not saying it has bad ideas or anything like that. My problem, like me personally, my problem is a lot of people that I run into will go to this site and they'll use it like, you know how people, if they want to play modern, they will go to a website and they'll find a deck list and they'll copy the deck list and put that together and they'll play that. And I find a lot of people will go to EDHREC to do the same thing for Commander. The problem is EDHREC will turn around and say, here are the most commonly played cards for this kind of deck. But they're not necessarily, like, they're cards that'll work with that commander, but not necessarily with each other. Sure, but the thing about Zedru is what you generally want to be looking at is cards that, let's see if I can find a good example here. Okay, so Steel Golem you want to give away. Oops. Because it's a 3 mana 3/4 that says you can't play creature spells. Give that to your opponent. Now they can't play creature spells. Sure. No, I get that. Where is it? There. Howling Mine. At the beginning of each player's draw step, if Howling Mine is untapped, that player draws an additional card. Howling Mine does not care who controls it. So, what I tend to find a lot of Zedru decks tend to have are cards like Howling Mine, where it doesn't matter whose control it's under. You know, if you've got a card like, well, I mean, I don't expect anyone to have a card like this to put into a commander deck, but I mean, Moat, creatures without flying can't attack. If this is in play, it doesn't matter who controls it. Creatures without flying still can't attack. So I find a good starting point for a Zedru deck tends to be cards of that nature where it doesn't matter who controls it. Now, obviously, that's not the only place to go with it. But that is a but that is a reasonable starting point, at least in my opinion. If I'm to build a Zedri deck, I'm going to want a decent number of cards where I don't care who's got them. It's funny you should mention Humble Defector. So, if you go to that, you will end up looking at this list here. This is the list of commander decks I am working on. Some of which, if you look at this first column, I've actually finally built. And these ones here, I've at least got a deck list figured out. If you go down to Teamer, I know different color scheme, but I am basically building Riku of Two Reflections Splinter Twin. You bring up Humble Defector. One of the things I have in this deck is Riku of Two, is Humble Defector. I put Splinter Twin on Humble Defector. I tap it. I make a token copy of Humble Defector that has haste. I tap the token, get the token to my opponent, draw my 2 cards. At the end of turn, the token gets blowed up. I'm not saying you should play it that way. I'm saying that is a valid way to play a card like Humble Defector. In fact, when it was in Standard, that was a sort of play that did happen. Yeah. It wasn't, it wasn't copying it, but it was, I think it's like you activate it. Let's see here. What's the actual wording on Humble Defector? Draw 2 cards. Target opponent gains control of this creature. Activate only during your turn. So you tap it. In response, you sacrifice it to an effect. So target, your opponent is still a legal target. So it tries to do as much. No. If I put Splinter Twin on Humble Defector and I tap the Defector, I get a token that's a copy of Humble Defector. Let me pull up Splinter Twin for a sec. So now there's a token that's a copy of Humble Defector. I tap that, draw my 2 cards, give the token to my opponent. If they don't have a way to untap that token, which they probably won't, because people generally don't play cards like that, that token will just get sacrificed at the end of turn. Or actually, sorry, not sacrificed, exiled at the end of turn. So, if they've got a way to untap it, cool. They can tap it and pass it around to somebody else. If they don't, which I would presume 98% of players don't, cool. I just tapped a creature. I just tapped a creature and drew 2 cards in mono red, and my opponent got a tap token that that disappears at the end of turn. Because you're not tapping the Humble Defector for its card draw ability. You're right. You're using Splinter Twin's ability Splinter Twin is giving the Humble Defector an additional tap ability to make a token. Thing is, it doesn't have to be Splinter Twin. The next card on my list is Kiki Jiki. Let's go with this one. Tap. Create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary creature you control, except it has haste. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. I tap this. Make a copy of Humble Defector. Tap the token. Draw my 2 cards. Pass the token to somebody else. Token gets blowed up at the end of turn. I just sit there and constantly draw, in a mono red deck. Cool. I'm drawing 2 extra cards a turn. Or in this case, it's a teamer deck, but I'm using, in that case, I get mono red card draw. So, but yeah, in a Zedru deck, if you are, like I said, the first thing I would be looking at is cards that don't care who controls them. Any effect along the lines of Howling Mine, Font of Mythos, Dictate of Krufix, I think it is, that say, at the beginning of each player's draw steps, they draw additional cards. Anything that has a global effect that actually affects the entire board. So not propaganda effects, but cards like Moat that just stop creatures from attacking because, but it doesn't matter. No, it stops creatures from attacking me. No, I don't care. It stops creatures from attacking, period. Anything of that style, or no more than one creature can attack each creature. No more than one creature can attack each turn. No more than one creature can block each turn. I think Crawl Space does that. Crawl Space. No more can attack you each combat. Okay, that one doesn't have... Oh no, Silent Arbiter. No more than one creature can attack each combat. No more than one creature can block each combat. Stuff like this, where it doesn't matter who controls them. So once, yes and no. It depends on. Here's the thing. It all depends on how you want to build Zedru. You could build Zedru to be based on the abilities. You could also build Zedru and ignore the abilities whatsoever and look at something else. If you look at that deck, that list of decks that I've got there, one particular deck that I'm working on, is Shroom the Hegemon. Now, most people that see Shroom, at least historically, there was this artifact combo deck that, cool, once you get that and say, what do you call it, sculpting steel or something of that nature in play with Disciple of the Vault or whatnot. It's just, you just sit there and infinitely burn your opponents out due to reanimation shenanigans with the legend rule and whatnot. And I'm like, I took a look at that and I'm like, I don't want to build Shroom that way. How else can I build it? And at that point, and I think there's only one card that makes the statement not true anymore. She was the only legendary Sphinx that allowed me to play all of them. I think, as far as I'm aware, there's only one Sphinx that does not fall into Esper. She otherwise let me play all of them. So I turned her into a Sphinx tribal deck. Well, you take a look at Shroom, you take a look at Primacon. I am not familiar with Primacon. Yeah, for something like for building Zedru around what Zedru normally does, this would fit in. But what I'm thinking of is, like, if you want to build Zedru in a deck where the abilities just barely mattered at all, there's nothing stopping you from building it as, for example, you could build a Minotaur tribal deck or a Monk tribal deck and build off of that instead. What's this? Commander unoptimized. Oh yeah, Academy of the Crescent Moon fit in that as well. Okay, so this is less. Let's build it. This is less. Let's build a specific deck. And more. Let's build a deck idea. So, yeah. It depends on the style of copy link, paste. Gold Knight Cascadator, usually the kind of card you want to hand to somebody else. Psychosis Crawler, Prisoner's Dilemma. Yeah. That's why you set a card pool and not a deck list. Yeah. God, I love the flavor text of a exchange of words. Ooh, fractured identity. Yeah, curses Dr. Prey and other curses wouldn't care who controls them. Well, no, that's not necessarily true. A lot of curses won't care. Some of them still want you to do a thing, so it depends on the curse, but a good chunk of them won't care. Wow, that's interesting. Oh, yeah. I remember looking at the Grimoire and thinking about for my mono blue ramp deck, because one thing I enjoy doing about, with Magic, and especially when it comes to Commander, is building decks in the wrong color. And you're going, wait, what? So I have a mono blue ramp deck that I built, and it ramps the way green does, or at least as close to as possible. If you go look back at that list, up near the top, you should see Thada Del Blue ramp deck. Click on that link, and I am fetching basics out of my deck. I've got creatures that tap for mana. I've got creatures that have got landfall triggers and ways to enable landfall. It is just so... I try to build it as close to a green deck as I could, but then I added some things that made it feel, that didn't feel blue, but were blue cards in it. And yeah. And I saw Marina Vandrell's Grimoire, and I'm like, that gives me a Lich effect. You have no maximum hand size, and don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. Oh no, it depends on how you play it. I have one counter spell in that deck, and it's not even in there to be a counter spell. It's in there to ramp me. I don't even care if I'm countering something that says it can't be countered. I want the mana. I have mana drain in that deck. No, the one where it's like, the one deck that I have where it's like, I have all the counter spells. If you scroll down, you'll see Bant with Chew Lane, and you know how sometimes which is fine. I like building fun, interesting decks. I like building off of crazy themes and whatnot. But, you know how sometimes you'll end up at a table and you've got, you figure the rest of the group is playing relatively polite decks or whatever. Or maybe polite's the wrong word, but like they're playing precons or stuff like that. And then you've got the one guy who turns around and he's built like this really brutal Reanimator engine deck and stuff like that. Chew Lane is my answer to... Oh, these guys are like, new players, and they're playing, they're fun and having a good time and everything else. And you want to be that guy? Okay, I'm playing this deck to stop you. What? My Chew Lane deck has got something like 40 or somewhere around 50 ways to counter stuff from resolving. Or I should say, stop stuff from resolving. And give me extra untapped. I've got like 3 or 4 cards to get me extra untapped steps. Just so that if I suddenly need to say no to somebody, I can say no to somebody. And if there's one person I have to stop at the table, I am going to be stopping that one person so the others can actually have fun. But that's the deck I only pull out if I feel I have to pull out the big guns. Other than that, you look at a lot of the rest of the decks in there, it's like I've got like a dozen decks in there that are made of literally nothing but commons. I've got and the only time I'm not playing against people like that, I will be warning them and going, I need to test this to make sure this actually does what I want it to do. So feel free to hate me, but this deck needs to be tested first. Yeah. But I've got all sorts of weird stuff. I've got a Junt Reanimator deck where I've got at least 3 cards that start with each of the 26 letters of the alphabet. I've got a mono black commons only aristocrat style deck. I've got a mono red deck that tries to attack with Squee, Goblin Nabob. Throw a bunch of auras on him. Attack with him. Which doesn't sound that interesting until you realize that I'm attacking with a mono red general who's getting loaded up with auras. Red doesn't get good... What? Red doesn't get auras that are... Like, how do you find your auras? Not very easily. Yeah, it's... I like building off of weird ideas. Modify memory. Ah. 20 Toad. What are you from? Bloom Barrel Commander. I do not recommend. Form of the Dragon. Approach of the Second Sun. The only card that I've seen that I can think of that I legitimately can call a one-card combo. Your typical landness, fencer. Yep. Sun Titan with fetch lands is hilarious. Oh no, Agent of Treachery. You're a terrible, terrible person. I can't really say anything. Whoa, what's wrong with Agent of Treachery? Yeah, there's a couple of cards in here that I would there's a couple of cards. Ah, okay. Yeah, there's a couple of cards in here I wouldn't bother with, but in general, like, most of the cards in here seem reasonable options. You know, most of the cards that are in here don't seem exactly like they all seem, most of them seem sensible of some sort. But might want to. I mean, I didn't take a good look at the lands, because most of the time lands are either I tap for mana, or I some kind of protection like Maze of Ith, or some other utility. But I didn't notice. Do you have Homeward Path in that deck? I'm not expecting it, but it's not unreasonable. Homeward Path. Homeward Path. I wouldn't normally expect to see it in Zedru, but it's not completely unreasonable to run. Reminds me, before I forget, where did I leave off? Oh yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, if you can pin down a copy, I guess the least expensive looks like the Middle Earth one at like $13.50 US, which 14 times 14. 14 times 14. 49. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm all the way on the other side. I'm in Canada, and I'm on the east. Well, I'm Eastern time zone. It's 2 in the morning. And I've been at this for about 8 hours, and yeah. Good thing I ordered food, early on in my stream. I don't feel like I'm starving, at least. Guiding Spirit. Tech card, target, look player's library's creature card. Put that card on top of that player's library. Oh yeah, Homeward Path. Yeah, it generally runs contrary to how people normally see Zedru. But I mean, like, for example, if somebody's about to die, or if they look like they're about to scoop or something like that, you can always do that in response and go, hey, by the way, I'm gonna everybody gets all their stuff back. Yeah. Also depends on whether or not you've got any reasonable local game stores nearby. I'm lucky enough that it's about 20 minutes to downtown of the city I'm in. It's a small city, but it's a city. And from there, in and I'm talking walking, by the way, and in a 10-minute diameter, I've got like four different LGSs at least. But there's still cards I have trouble finding. Yeah, Guiding Spirit. This is one of those cards that makes people have to realize that about how the rules for Magic actually work. Technically speaking, if you are playing cards that are if you are playing cards from, I think it's that are older than Urza's Saga, you technically speaking are supposed to keep your graveyard in the order that, in the same order, i.e. you can't just move cards around because you want to. It's now Commander is generally a casual format, so most people don't care, but that's why, the reason for that is because of cards like Guiding Spirit, where, what's the top, this or Nether Spirit, which cares about there being 3 creature cards above it in your graveyard and stuff like that. So graveyard order matters when you're dealing with really old stuff, or I should say certain cards care. Oh, Mariki. Yeah. Yeah, she's kind of easy to make into like into a I'm a terrible person deck. A lot of old legends are like that. No. Or then there's Angus. The one that how much do you want to play Turbo Fog in Commander? This with a bunch of ways to untap him every turn. And it's like, yeah, by the way, no. By the way, no. By the way, no. Yeah. But he's fog every turn. And you're in a color combination that A, gets to play additional fogs, B, has relatively easy ways to untap their creatures. It's not hard. Gain control of target creature for as long as you control. When she leaves the battlefield or becomes untapped. Yeah, I think that's right. Guiding Spirit. Corrosion. What are you again? Rest counter on each artifact. Oh. Yeah, slowly eats away all artifacts. Yeah, I think that's right. That certainly feels right from what I read. So yeah. Corrosion. Beginning of upkeep, put a rest counter on each, then destroy each artifact with mana value less than or equal to the number of rest counters on it. Less than or equal to the number of counters on it. So even if this was in play for a while and you played a treasure token, if you didn't use the treasure token, wow. Yeah. This thing really hates on artifacts. There's a reason this thing has got cumulative upkeep. The only annoying thing about this is now this has got two different types of counters that it deals with, because it's H counters and then rust counters. So I would probably use dice for one. Tibor and Lumia. Yep. Yeah, if I'm playing Rakdos and want like a consistent Shatterstorm style effect, Corrosion looks like a good play. Really? Oh, yeah, to each creature without flying. I mean, I would say the easiest starting point for that is playing a bunch of cards that are red and blue at the same time. You know. God damn it. You know. Copy link, copy link. Yeah, that looks in part because a lot of, like, you've got a decent amount of red-blue stuff, but you seem to have a lot of mono-red stuff compared to blue stuff. Oh yeah. One card that I really enjoy, I like to call a Skate Shooter. Which is this, and it's also really cheap. If you don't know what skate shooting is, you know when people go for, like, out in the woods or whatever for target practice, and they've got those big clay discs. Well, they're not big, but they've got those clay discs that get tossed in the air, and they try and shoot at those. You hear somebody go, pull, and next thing you know, you'll see this clay disc flying up in the air. And then the person with the gun is going, BAM! And so what Predator Flagship is doing, pull, and then fire! This card would be amazing. I mean, the thing about you haven't found a way to do it yet, I guess. Alright. There's a couple of places I can show you. There's a couple of routes to generating infinite mana that I know of. Alright. One is, I don't know if, I hope you're familiar with this card by now. You've hopefully at least seen it a couple of times. I don't remember it being an expensive card. The nice thing about this is when you've got extra mana, you can just like store it in the array, and then you can use it later. Let's say you've got a card that can tap for more than one mana. Edit. Oh, really? Okay. Looks like this. It's less than $1, so maybe $2, I'm guessing, for New Zealand. I don't. Let's see here. Convert USD to NZ. Dollar US is $1.75. Okay. So a little. Yeah, this is like 2 sets after that because it was Mirrodin, Darksteel, Fifth Dawn. Yeah, this would have been the next set. But yeah. So when you've got extra mana, you store it here. Alright. Then, one thing that you can do is, you've got Is It Boiler Works, or any other land that can tap for more than 1 mana. Okay. Whoops. Helps if I don't mix and match cards in my head. Tidewater Minion. The rest of the card doesn't matter. Tidewater Minion, relevantly, tap it to untap target permanent. Okay. There are other cards that have this ability, but the relevant one here is blue, untap enchant creature. So, you enchant Tidewater Minion with Freed from the Real. you tap it to untap the Is at Boilerworks. You then tap the Boilerworks for mana, use the blue through Freed from the Real to untap the minion. You're at the same place you started at, with an untapped minion and a tapped Boilerworks with a red mana in your mana pool. So every time you go through that loop, you get an extra red mana. If you're playing mono blue, then any land that can tap for double blue will get you ahead. Any land that taps for blue +1, like Coral Atoll. Actually, oh, what were you called? Teferi's Isle. If Teferi's Isle is phased in, it taps for double blue, so you can tap that for, you can go, every time you go through that loop, if you're untapping the Isle, you generate an extra blue mana. Sure, but it compensates for the fact that that means every other turn it taps for double blue, as opposed to tapping for blue every turn. Coral Atoll, same idea. It's just using this, you'll generate infinite colorless mana. You can take all this extra mana, and if you need extra blue mana, let's say, and you're untapping Coral Atoll, you feed it through the gemstone array, and you end up with yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just saying, if you're looking to generate a lot of mana, this will let you get the mana that you need. Where did I put you? I've got a similar thing going on in here. What were you? Aggravated Assault. Aggravated Assault plus Sword of Feast and Famine. Whenever a quick creature deals combat damage to that player, I don't care about the discard, and you untap all lands you control. Yeah. You could put Mana Flavor in. You could put Gauntlets of... is it Gauntlet of Power? No. Gauntlet of... yeah, Gauntlet of Power. Which is, partly because it got it got recently reprinted, Dominaria Remastered, and it's got 3 printings there. Yeah. No, I'm aware Sword and Feast of Famine is a bit expensive, but I was looking at that. If you can combine that with Aggravated Assault, you can end up with not only infinite combat steps, but because all your lands become untapped, you can end up generating more mana. Again, put into the gemstone array. Store it up for when you need it. Now, I mean, if you're not into infinite mana combos, yeah, aggravated assault can do. Aggravated assault can do a lot of work. Door should be closed. I find it hard. It's not impossible, but I find it hard to not play. I find it hard to play aggravated assault without doing some kind of, combo shenanigans with it. Hold on a sec here. Can't stay on for much longer. That was my roommate saying she's having, apparently she's a relatively light sleeper, and I'm trying to be quieter, but it's, yeah. Yeah, it's like 2:30 in the morning. Oh yeah. Eight and a half hours at this. I start this at 6 o'clock local time. It's 2:30 in the morning now. Pygmy hippo? Yeah. It's pretty good because basically it steals extra mana from your opponent. Oh, I mean, you don't do anything fancy with it. It's a lot harder to use to do this in any way that's actually broken. You just turn around, you would I I don't really, because the problem with mana burn is it rarely made an actual effect on the game. Like, even if you're playing in a big tournament, it might make a difference. Like, you know, in a 200 player event, it might make a difference, like, to 2 entire games out of the entire event. And it just, it felt like it made for more feel-bads. Mundungu I always thought was a fun card. You know, if you're looking at things like Esper Sentinel and stuff like that. Adding life to forcing them to pay extra mana is always fun. And then Righteous War. Oh, don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself about World Gorger. It's still a combo piece. Is also a combo piece. Eternal Dragon was, yeah. Righteous War, I feel like I want in a deck that's, I can't afford a Chroma's Memorial for a card like that. Isn't it Plains? Yeah, it's Plains. Well, it's not just that it's got plane cycling. It's also that you can get it back. So I think it depends on what you need it for. The thing is, even as somebody's killing it, if they're not exiling it, you can just keep getting it back. Would not bother It returns itself, though. Right. But it's only like you're not having to spend additional cards to get it back, is the point. Anyway, the chimmers here, +2/+2 counters, proliferate those. Throw these, throws these effects on a changeling. Pumpable life gain, basically one-shot pumpable life gain. To any target. If you can generate infinite mana, this is what's the card I'm thinking of? Walking Ballista. Really slow way to generate colored mana. There's better options. This basically wants some kind of effect like doubling season. Yeah. Land. Oh yeah. This cycle is good for because these are all return a land. You end up getting an extra land drop out of it. And the land itself taps for 2 mana. Quicksand. In decks that I'm playing that are all commons, this makes it into most decks. Just an extra utility land. A decent 5-color land. Again, that's helps with landfall. And there was some weird Griffin Canyon combo shenanigans that can make an infinitely large Griffin, and I don't know how. Sort by color. Wow. Just because of Sentry and Retaliator. If you want to play all of them, you have to play 5 color. Oh. That. Yeah. Anyway. I need to head off. It is late. I'm heading off. See you guys next week.